playing some Universe Sandbox about, I don't know, 12 hours ago or so. Yeah, we're just doing random bullshit there. It definitely made for a very boring video of me just doing random shit. I was kind of wondering, what's the probability there could be a planet somewhere in the asteroid belt? Now, of course, what you can find on Google is, say, the entire mass of the asteroid belt is 4% of that of our node, and 33% of it's in Ceres. Aside from that, other things how I can confirm that, but also saying that being how close it is to Jupiter, that it would be unlikely that a planet could exist there. And granted, I suppose I could. We can estimate the mass of the belt and asteroids we see, and we monitor the orbits of both Mars and Earth. Now, of course, again, the probability, is there one? Probably not. Also, it's really hot. But, hypothetically, if there were a planet, or even several of them, in the asteroid belt the same size as Earth, aside from it being, pelted by asteroids and stuff, how easy or how difficult would it be for us to find it, even with the modern telescopes and satellites we have? I'm not saying whether or not it's probable, whether or not it is. I'm just saying, how easy or how hard would it be? Like, this could go either way. People could answer saying, other than the fact that, according to the random information that I assume is correct off the internet, because again, you don't know for certain what the stuff is off the internet, but man, it's so hot. I need to turn the air conditioning. I turned it down a little bit, opened up all the windows, and that's definitely not doing it. I know about a couple weeks ago or so I was trying the same thing, but at least it was warmer then, which is, I started getting sick. But at this point, I think I might need to throw the AC up before it gets to that point. Heck, I went for a walk earlier today for like, I think it was 9 miles. My toes were hurting. I was kind of worried they'd be bleeding again, which thankfully they aren't, but still a bit tender. But also, I'm doing terrible at the whole dieting thing. I went about 34 hours without eating, including the time I spent on the bike trail walking. Then, after leaving the bike trail, I drove past Taco Bell and decided, I was like, ooh, I should get some Taco Bell. And I was like, nah. And I go past it. And then there are some traffic difficulties, but in the end I made it to a grocery store. Picked up some sourdough bread, some watermelon, because I was thinking, like, as I passed by the Taco Bell, like, you know what if I just eat watermelon? And then had some traffic things where I had to take a few extra turns to deal with some traffic problems that were going on. Then I made it to Kroger. I was also considering buying potatoes and some stuff to make hash browns, but I decided against it. But I wound up buying watermelon, some Doritos brand jalapeno cheese dip, some Arizona sweet tea, some habaneros, and I think I already said the sourdough bread. But yeah. Then I was like, you know what? I can put these habaneros in some tacos. So then I made a decision, like, I'm going to go to Taco Bell. So I drove back out to Taco Bell. And I was waiting in the line for a bit, because it was a long line. So yeah, I'm out here, might as well. And waited there a few minutes. I could actually hear the person up at the order menu place. It looked like a dude and his girlfriend. And the guy, he was like shaking his head and grabbing his steering wheel and looked like he was about to have a mental fucking breakdown. And I could see and hear his girlfriend in the passenger seat screaming at him and at the person over the drive-thru intercom. And I'm like 5 cars back. Anyway, at that point I'm like, it's been a few minutes, it's gonna take forever. Also at this point I'm like, yeah. So I pull out of that line, drive, and then on the way home I see a KFC. I stopped by the KFC and got some KFC. Which also kind of reminded me of, you know, Moses. Because there was a thing like when they were leading, you know, Moses was leading the Israelites out of Egypt to, you know, Israel. And here's the thing. Technically none of them got there alive. Because they spent like 40 years in that desert, didn't they? So technically everyone who was a slave in Egypt died in the middle of the desert never seeing Israel. Even Moses. Though technically that was a punishment for him yelling at rocks. It makes sense if you read the book. And there were multiple times where there were things going on in which, you know, I mean, okay, Moses, like we had a long period of time in which we had, you know, Joseph's brothers sold him into slavery to a merchant or something that went to Egypt. Was a slave, then went to the dungeon because his master's wife tried to rape him and then tried to accuse him of rape, and then he was thrown in the dungeon. And then God wound up standing up for him in interpretation of dreams, and Pharaoh had a scary dream about cows and corn, and then Joseph interpreted that dream, and in return he became second in charge to Pharaoh, so basically the second most powerful person in the most powerful nation/empire in the world. At the place that is the most medically and scientifically advanced place on the planet with the greatest wealth. Anyway, time goes by. Joseph's brothers wind up, you know, going there. Bit of a long story. But end of story is Joseph has his brothers and their families and their father all come to Egypt to live with him. Because, you know, it's a really nice place. And they got everything they need. Then somehow over the course of like a couple hundred years or so, and granted, you know, you had Joseph, he probably had multiple wives, given the fact that he was, you know, second to Pharaoh pretty much. So he's basically the richest man in the world, at a time that would have been okay with him having multiple wives. So he would have had multiple wives and lots of kids. And all his brothers would have had possibly multiple wives, and servants, with their own families, and their slaves, and then their father, and I can't remember. I know Joseph's mom died in childbirth to Joseph's younger brother. And then most of the other brothers were born to his mom's older sisters, I'm pretty sure, if I remember right. I can't remember. Wow, my memory is doing that bad. And I call myself very religious, and I can't remember exact details of shit. A normal person would read up this stuff to be absolutely certain of everything before making a video rambling about it. Then again, is anyone actually listening to this? I'm mainly just doing this because I feel like I can talk about stuff. But yeah. Got some water over there, it's way far away. I'm back. You're like, oh, why water? Didn't you get a drink? Yes, yeah, my Pepsi's already drank. But yeah, like I said, I went 34 hours without eating, count the time I was on the bike trail. I wasn't on the bike trail the whole 34 hours. Saying the total amount of time I went without eating was 34 hours, and that end part of it I was on the bike trail for. It's nice walking, though I need to start wearing some more bug spray stuff. The bugs stop trying to attack me as I'm walking. It gets annoying. But anyway. All those people came, had kids after a couple hundred years, so they basically become slave class, and a very large number of people. And apparently, after a couple hundred years, you'd think at least it'd be a family thing they'd mention down the line from Pharaoh and Pharaoh to be like, hey, this guy was really big help to us. Anyway, so while they're all in slavery, Moses is born during a time where they decide, because at one point they were getting concerned they were getting to be too many slaves, so they're worried about a potential rebellion. So then they just start genociding a small bit of them by killing a bunch of babies. To an extreme. Moses gets spared that fate, gets raised in royalty. And here's the thing. How old was Moses when he left? Because here's the question. Would Moses have had a wife in Egypt and children in Egypt? And then, of course, he leaves, goes to Midian, the priest of Midian in the desert, lives with him. Pretty sure that was another 40 years. Heck, I got Google in front of me. You're like, oh, I suppose I could read the Bible again. How about this? How old was Moses when he left Egypt? According to the Bible narrative, Moses lived 120 years, and he was 80 when he confronted Pharaoh. But there's no indication how old he was when he went to see the Hebrews. Okay, how about this? I mean, that at least confirms that he was 80 when... Okay, how old was Moses when... left Egypt for Midian? That works. He states that Moses was 40 years of age when he fled to Midian. Now, when he reached the age of 40, it came into his heart to make a visit on. Read the rest of that. Thus, life of Moses immediately divided into 3 distinct periods lasting 40 years each. 40 years as a prince of Egypt, 40 years as shepherd of Midian, and 40 years as the lawgiver leader of his people. 40 is a recurring number of Hebrew. Many scholars have indicated determined number of years and days in the flood year. Well, either way then. So, as long as you can trust Google. Why is this mentioned down here? How long is it? Jochebed nursed Moses for 24 months. God returned her child to her. This whole thing where she was the, babysitter, nanny for her own child. Since technically, when Moses put in the basket of reeds, he was taken in by royalty, by Pharaoh's house. But he was still nursed by his own biological mother. How long were child? Some books in Maccabees Chronicles breastfeeding lasted 3 years. Later sources, first money such as Quran and Talmud, estimate the period as 2 years. What was Moses' name before Moses? Oh, sorry. An Hellenistic, Stodnothia's renegade, an Egyptian priest who leads the army of lepers against the Pharaoh, and is finally expelled for changes. Don't know if it's... When the child did something significant on his own, he swallowed in some days for his wound. Therefore, his step in the baby was just from the age of 3 to 9, and case how long were children breastfed in the Middle Ages? 2 to 6 years. Who had 70 children? Gideon had 70 sons from many women who took his wives. He also had a Shemechite concubine who was born from his son named Abimelech, who was his father's king. There was peace in Israel 40 years during Gideon. What tribe is Moses from? Levi. How did Pharaoh's daughter know Moses was a Hebrew? Between this stage of prayer, this must be a Hebrew child, to which Pharaoh should be Moses was circumcised. When she saw that the infant was circumcised, she realized he was a Hebrew child. Who had a baby 100 years old? Abraham. This is just listen to Lunar randomly and say like, hey, here's other possible search results that are related to your search results. Okay. We start off talking about planets, and you're like, hey, guess what? Moses. I don't even know. How did this even happen? I don't know. KFC? KFC. Right. I'm still not sure if I have ADHD or not. Or autism. Not sure. I mean, I've done online tests and questionnaires, but the internet can't be trusted for that. But if they are, then it's to be a resounding yes of those things. Anyway, the main point being is that, okay, Moses spent 40 years basically as the richest person in the wealthiest, most powerful, largest empire of the greatest technology in medicine at the time he existed. For 40 years. I'm pretty sure he would have had multiple wives and lots of kids at that point, right? Because how could he have not have? Like, how would that have been possible? And even then, it's like, well, here's the thing. During that time, did he believe in God, or did he believe in the Egyptian gods? Like, so that's the question. Like, what actually was his life? What did he eat? What did he do? Who was he married to? What did he believe? What was his current beliefs about religion and stuff at that time? Then again, I've also mentioned the idea of, take Abraham from the Bible. When he was a child, what were the parents of Abraham in terms of what did they believe in? What was normal for them to eat? How did they raise Abraham? What was a normal childhood back then, aside from a lot of people just dying? Because medicine and technology was absolute garbage back then. Seriously, it's an era without anime or air conditioning or vaccines or blood transfusions or IVs or hypodermic needles or antibiotics or x-rays. I mean, heck, there was medieval times, half the time someone was a soldier and got like a damaged ligament of the knee, they were basically crippled for life. I'm just saying, technology and medicine were awful in the past, and I feel very critical. Like, here's the thing, don't get me wrong. Moses is a very wise and honorable person. He's closer to God than 99.999999999% of the human race has ever been. That being said, I am a bit critical of a group of people that would have probably put me to death for trying to describe the existence of antibiotics, or the solar system, or microorganisms. Heck, the person who came up with microorganisms and germ theory, like, what, less than 200 years ago? They threw him in an insane asylum. The person Galileo was the one who was saying that, the Earth goes around the sun, and he was basically told, hey, you shut the fuck up and you sit in your house. You say shit to anyone else, and we can't hurt you because it'll make you a martyr and everyone will get angry at us. But you stay in your fucking house, and you don't talk shit, and you don't disagree with us no more, and we'll let you live and we'll let you have a comfortable life. But you keep fucking pushing us, we'll kill you. I'm just saying that's very restrictive. I'm just saying it's a very closed-minded way of looking at things, and very strict on a lot of rules. I definitely have to turn the air conditioning. I am burning up. And I live in Ohio. I can't imagine people who live in, like, Florida. It's so fucking hot. But, and again, I can't imagine, like, granted, I know it snowed in Egypt back then. Heck, it still snows in Egypt every year. Granted, not as much as, say, Canada would. But then again, it's not like Canada's a fucking frozen tundra. I think Jim Carrey was making the joke saying that, yes, Canada, we live up there and we have to make an igloo to protect ourselves from the elements, and then we hunt polar bears. Like, yeah, I get it. Canada is not a frozen tundra. I'm just saying it's further north, and I know that my state has a lot more snow than Florida. So I'm just saying, I'm okay with a little bit of cold. In fact, I prefer it a little bit chillier. Like, I'd be the kind of person I would like to just go outside in a t-shirt, 50-degree weather, and sleigh with wind. 50 degrees Fahrenheit. But it just feels so warm and stuffy, and sometimes it's humid. But I know that some of the southern states of Louisiana are just extremely humid. I was in New Mexico once, back in 2004, for a few weeks. It was extremely warm, but there was no humidity. So it could be like raining on you, like evaporate off you while it was raining. So that was nice. So at least it could dry quick. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, a time period that would have, like, probably put me to death for talking about microorganisms or antibiotics or how the planets work. And even then, I only know what I know because I live in the time I do. But I'm just saying, it's so fucking hot. And that's another thing. I really can't blame people in the past for being way worse about certain things, because here's the thing. If you're in a time where it's like constant starvation and war, yeah, that sucks. It's horrible. Like, a lot of times people in the past had to do whatever just to survive. I can't fault them for that. Still, that's really shitty circumstances, but even then, it's just so fucking hot. But yeah, so warm. But man spent 40 years as a prince of Egypt. And it would make sense he would have wives and children by that. And then, of course, when he left Egypt and fled, the question is, did he bring any of his wives and children with him? Probably not. What happened to them after he left? Then he was a shepherd in Midian with a priest in Midian. Pretty sure he married that dude's daughter. Spent 40 years out there. I'd imagine by then, and here's another thing. How old was... Because Moses would have been... Because he wouldn't have married her like an instant. Where is this information coming from? Like, is that actually in the Bible? It's saying here that the mother of Moses was 130 years old when she gave birth to him. I feel like I call bullshit. I'm seeing more stuff about additional wives of Moses after the wife in Midian. I'm just saying, Moses would have been at least in his mid-40s, and where the fuck did this information come from? There's stuff about Moses sending that wife away due to worry about Egypt. and then after giving the Torah, being told to live a life of sexual abstinence. But at that point, he'd be like over 80. I mean, it's not like he even did the Torah like instantly the first year of, right? So the man would have been pushing 90 years old. What, at that point, telling a 90-year-old man to do sexual abstinence, that... Then again, according to the random Google thing, again, I feel like this is like the same trustworthiness as fucking Wikipedia. Like, and then I'm trying to think of a more ridiculous bullshit idea that could be a random Wikipedia fact. Abraham Lincoln, George Washington landed on the moon or some bullshit. I'll tell you this, there was this person at a job I was at, had a bachelor's degree, yet she was still working at the job I was at, and the person wound up saying that, you know, America only freed the slaves because when Abraham Lincoln killed Hitler, it made us look bad. And I was like, what? So I'm like, yeah, that's... So, I mean, given the fact that you have a woman pushing close to 30 years old with a college education thinking Abraham Lincoln killed Hitler, I'm very concerned about the... And that's the thing, I'm just reading random. Like, this just started me wanting to, like, what's the massive shit in the asteroid belt? And I'm like, oh, I can just type this into Google. And here's the thing. The internet is the greatest library of information in the history of the human race. But 95% of it is porn. The other 5% is written by anybody. It could be written by someone who's a complete dumbass, someone who's crazy, someone who's just straight up lying. I mean, yeah, the person can just be wrong. They could be stupid. They could have some sort of bias. They could be getting paid off by the government or by somebody. They could just be crazy conspiracy theorist nutbag. Or they could just be really stupid. Or they could just be like treating it like they're writing a fucking fan fiction. And even then, like, there's so much stuff to study. Like, okay, you can actually do like what's said in the actual Bible. And there's like parts of the Bible that's part of the Greek Bible, the old Hebrew Bible, the Catholic Bible actually has more books to it than the King James. Then there's all the different stuff that comes to like the Talmud when it comes to the Jewish faith, where all these rabbis had their, you know, dissertations on it that's considered, you know, holy scripture in of themselves. And then you have other things like, you have the Quran, which is Muslims, and you have, I actually cannot remember the word for all the different types of, you know, scriptures that the Hindu people have. Like, I don't remember the name of that. Right now the word Sanskrit's coming to mind, and I know that's fucking wrong. That's gotta be like a language type, like English. Everyone's like, why can't you remember anything? I don't know. Sanskrit, classical language belonging to the Indo-Aryan branch, Indo-European languages, South Asian and Persian languages, 15 to 600 BCE. The Vedas. Yeah, I've heard that before, but I just couldn't remember. I don't even know how to pronounce it, though. Sumerian, Eridu, Genesis, Sumerian text, subject matter best known first chapter of the Genesis, written in Sumerian cuneiform tablet, 2/3 of which is lost. I have to. It's so hard. And that's like a lot of people say, like, oh, people in the past were. Sorry, that creates distortion in the microphone. I turned the fan off because I noticed it makes a clearer sound, but it just, oh my god. And it's like, oh, people in the past didn't have air conditioning. Yes, and most of them died. Whether in pregnancy or child, being small, or everything. There's war and murder and health conditions, and many were preventable. I'm just saying this. The world population stayed like, what, 174 million until the birth of Christ? We didn't go into like 1 billion until, what, 200 years ago? Maybe half a billion? I can't remember. So technically the world's heading toward population collapse, even though we have all this amazing modern medicine, a huge surplus of people, and abundance of food and shelter. Everyone. So it's just interesting the way that works out. So hot. The Greeks said there was scriptures to support the text. And that's another thing. Like, I do find various stories of gods to be very interesting. You know, I don't believe in Greek myths. I find the stories very fascinating. And I think there's something to be learned from. Same way, stuff like the Tao or Confucianism, or say Socrates and Aristotle and Diogenes, and many of those philosophers of the past. I think I find a lot of the information there. It's very interesting to go with, like, heck, I think I remember there was being this one part of the, what was it called? Ah, fuck. I think it was called Rhetoric. There was a thing called, like, one of the books I think Aristotle wrote, called Rhetoric, and there was a part of it where it was basically saying that the most important thing that comes to somebody when it comes to law is common sense and critical thinking. Basically saying that the written law is never, you know, set in stone, even though literally it was a lot of times, you know, written in stone. But the idea being is that, you know, laws are written by man, and humans can be fallible. And that sometimes laws will change with customs, as well as with different eras, whether you go from Egyptian times to Greek times to Roman times, or even to medieval times, let alone, you know, our time, which, honestly, a time like this, I don't think Aristotle and any of those people would have ever even imagined anything like this even to exist. But basically what he's saying is that with different time periods and as time goes on, in different regions of the world, laws and customs would be different. And he's saying that it's less important to follow the letter of the law, and more important to follow the law of common sense and critical thinking. That when it comes to any law, whether it be in any era or any time period or any location of the world, regardless of the religion, regardless of the government, regardless of what country you are in the world, regardless of what religion you are, regardless of what time period you're in. The idea Aristotle was going with was that you should be able to argue or have a discussion using common sense, logic, reasoning, critical thinking to apply to a law. And saying that it is possible for laws to be unjust. And that many laws have many different applications in which there's usually a lot more context going on and reasoning for things. For example, if you were to talk about people killing people, obviously killing people is wrong. But there's a difference between someone like Jeffrey Dahmering somebody and somebody having a heart attack while they're driving down the freeway and crashing into, I don't know, a bakery. Like, they both result in death, but, you know, the person having a heart attack and crashing into a donut shop and running someone over inside the donut shop after having a heart attack, that's a different circumstance. And everyone's like, that's an extreme circumstance. Yeah, but the point being is that sometimes there could be things, and like say if you were driving a carriage multiple times and you ran a dude over. Well, there's a difference between the person has a flu and they're vomiting and sick, or they're running away from robbers trying to kill them, or they're just drunk off their ass and driving their fucking carriage down the street without any concern of other people. Or they purposely drove the horses to do it because they wanted to murder people. Like I say, a lot of times it's more about intention. It's an issue of, one, what harm is actually caused, and two, what was the intention, and was there anything like, you know, instigating the situation. Like there'd be, which again, it's all common sense, but the main thing is this. One, different laws should have different severities depending on this. You can't have like people getting the death penalty for like walking on the grass. Like, oh, you break any rule, it's death penalty. Like, okay, what happened? It's like, well, it's like, this person ate a Snickers bar, death. This speed limit's enforced by military helicopter. I don't know. Main point being is that, heck, even Jesus was saying this about the Pharisees, because there was the Pharisees and Sadducees in the times of Jesus. And granted, they're different. Sadducees were more about the idea that, there's no such thing as life after death and stuff like that. And the Pharisees being more along the lines of that they cared more about their own personal glory and honor and how they looked in the eyes of others as far as they were concerned. They were noble and pure because they followed every possible rule. And they cared about how they looked in front of other people. Basically, their whole life was just like virtue signaling and being looked at as morally superior. But they lived their lives trying to follow the rules to a precise T, caring mostly about the letter. And again, it's important to study stuff, and it's important to know the laws of society. But Jesus is saying it's more like, it's more important to understand the meaning of the law. And of course, there's lots of people that would argue that, oh, it's only up for, the priests and stuff to interpret Scripture. And again, there's so many different things with that, like the whole thing with the Bible being in Latin at one point, and the average person not being able to fucking read. Heck, that was the main thing the Protestant Reformation was really about. Is just a lot of times the Catholic priests were abusing the power, basically be greedy or powerful, and abuse their power, and also the fact that they could just say the Bible said whatever they wanted to say. Now that being said, I'm reading random stuff off Google earlier. Who knows? It could be random bullshit Wikipedia shit. Because, that sounds kind of fucking ridiculous. And even then, but even then, like people died so much just from preventable diseases back then. And it's just, it would have been awful to live back then. And everything was so strict about everything. And I'll say this, I believe in God, but I also don't think there's anything wrong with people being gay or bisexual. Now that being said, I don't think any kind of sex or sexuality should be in a church, or in school, or around children. But that's any kind of sexuality, even straight stuff. Basically, all of that stuff should basically just left alone. And if anyone's going to teach people stuff, your parents and stuff like that. But again, school should just be math, science, history, learning how weather actually works, atoms, that kind of stuff. Then again, I could do calculus and physics and chemistry back when I was in school, and I can't remember any of it, and it didn't fucking help me at all, so, whatever. But, yeah. I don't really know what I'm talking about. I don't remember. Something Greeks religious. Oh yeah, the Odyssey. The Odyssey is really a great story. I think there's a 1997 movie with Armand Assante in it. Did a great job as an actor. It's a really great movie. I strongly recommend the movie The Odyssey to everybody to watch. It's a great movie. And it's got some good practical advice that I think everybody in the world would benefit from. Alright, Aristotle. The main thing being is, I think in a book he wrote called Rhetoric, he was talking about how it's not so much important following the letter of a law. I'm not telling people to go out and break fucking laws. I'm saying that he was basically saying that he was acknowledging back then that, which is I think what, a few hundred years BC, so like 2,500, 3,300 years ago. Let's look that up. When was Aristotle born? 384 BC. So I was actually right. Born 384, died 322, age 62. Obviously died in Greece. What about Socrates? 469 BC. Oh wow. Okay, so Socrates died about a decade and a half before Aristotle was born. So Aristotle was born 384. 469. How old were you then? You died. Died in 399, was born in 470 BCE. That would have been 71, right? That would have made him 71 years old, correct? So Socrates would have been 71, would have died about 15 years before Aristotle, who was 62 when he died. Now Plato came after Aristotle. I think Plato and Diogenes kind of were assholes to each other, correct? What about Plato? 348, 428, 347. Oh, come on. Aristotle was born in 384 BC. Oh my god. Aristotle was born 384 BC. Plato died 348 BC, born 428. What caused Plato's death? What? Again, I call Wikipedia bullshit. Plato either died while being serenaded by a Thracian flute-playing girl as a wedding feast, or in his sleep at 338 a day. According to legends, Socrates starved himself to death. What was Plato's real name? Given an Aristocles. That's kind of confusing. There's an Aristotle. What did Aristotle do when Plato died? So from my understanding of stuff, who was the first dude? Aristotle. But then... Oh my god! Now Plato died 347, Aristotle, age 37, was never playing succeed. Now systems were too great to live like athletes. And they started his age 9. It's easy enough to die. Yeah, I'm getting conflicting information, like Plato married, Plato never married, Plato had kids, Plato didn't have kids. Yay, the internet, the place you can't fucking trust anything. What? It's like you can, it's the world's greatest source of knowledge and wisdom. 95% of it's porn. The other 5% can be written by anybody. For any motivation. They can be crazy, they can be stupid, they can be straight up lying to you. They could just be like you treating history like it's a real life fan fiction. Bullshit. Main point I was just saying with Aristotle is saying, I think I'll try to look that up at some point and put it into a community post or something. But basically saying that when it comes to any law, if you disagree with it, say if there's a law and you disagree with the justice of that law, you should be able to publicly argue your case using logic and reason and facts and common sense and critical thinking. And that all laws have some sort of basis in reality in terms of why they were put in place and had some reason being. So all you have to do is, if you disagree with it, you just need to try to argue against the logic that created that law. Girl, that's a major idea that a lot of philosophers had, is that everyone should be able to work things out by having a logical discussion of it, and just discussing the facts and circumstances. Heck, I know they used, even back then, it was considered a common thing to refer to even stories like the Odyssey as ways of, it's not like it was quite considered exactly holy scripture, but it was more like, I guess if you were to give a you were given like a discussion on biology, you would sort, sight? Yeah. I don't like the way that word sounds in that usage. Main point is you would bring up like somebody else that was considered reputable. Like you would, like if you wanted to talk about something in like science, like biology, you'd bring up a major paper that was published that agreed with you, or at least factually supported you, that was released by somebody that was well respected in the community. Simply put, a scientist who, let's say the people that you're talking to respect. Basically, you try to use actual, professionals in the field who are basically the people you're arguing against. You want to try to use the people that they also believe in, like whether there's a scientific paper they themselves believe to be factual and respect, you'd want to try to use that to cite you. But the main point is that both sides should be able to have a calm conversation where neither person's like using shaming language or trying to attack the other person. And at no point should it be seen as like an attack by either side. It should just be two people just having a conversation with the aim of, one, explaining what your own thoughts and reasons are, and two, trying to understand the other person's thoughts and reasons. It's just two people stating how they feel and trying to listen to each other. The goal should be that you should have been able to explain calmly and clearly what it is you think and why, and they should understand why you think and feel the way you do. And they should have explained their side, and you should have tried your best to understand that. Like I said, I'll try to find the actual thing. I think it's called The Rhetoric by Aristotle. He wrote a few books. Sorry if I can't remember things very well. But yeah, I'll try to find that and I'll post it in the community post, okay? Not sure how long it might take me to find it then. I might just type into Google just Aristotle rhetoric and then just a random paragraph of, what I was trying to yammer on about. See where Google leads me. Because I can't remember, and I'm not going to read a whole just to find that. So I'm still wanting to make a list of every time somebody's died in the Bible or done something that was considered wrong or something like that. But yeah, lots of things too, I guess. Like I said, I'll be working again soon, but I was like, oh, I'm gonna diet again. And it's like, no, didn't work out that way. But I'll either wind up, if possible, working at a thing in the medical field, or heck, I might even get some sort of government job. Not like I'd be in the fucking FBI or some shit. Just something like, I don't know, running a water plant, you know, water purification plant or something. I don't know. That's something. I mean, something along those lines. Okay, some sort of government job that isn't, you know, law enforcement. So obviously, I am not qualified for any of that shit, nor do I have the personality for it. Because at the end of the day, I'm not a very confrontational person, so I would not be a good police officer or agent or shit. Maybe then I'm not physically active. I mean, I can hardly jog without hurting myself in some way. In my every attempt to work out, I hurt myself. So my physical fitness fucking sucks. Then again, says the man who's like, oh, I'm gonna go on a diet. And then I go 34 hours without eating. And then I'm like, ooh, Taco Bell. And then I don't go to Taco Bell. I go to the grocery store, pick up some food there, then drive back to Taco Bell. But then there's a line, and then some person's yelling at her boyfriend, and the person in the fucking drive-through speaker thing so fucking loud I can hear him like all the way back there. I'm like, fuck. And then I'm gonna get tired, and I just leave. And then I go to KFC, get some food at KFC. I watch a bit of a Let's Play video with someone playing Grand Theft Auto 5 crowd control while drinking my Pepsi and some KFC fried chicken. And then I decided to make a video talking about planets. And now I'm talking about Aristotle? Maybe I'll try to find that thing up and I'll put it in the post, okay? That way you guys, it'll be a more concise version of what the fuck I'm saying right now. Again, I still don't... Do I have ADHD? Do I? I mean, I feel like I don't, and this is normal. But it's like, is this how everyone else thinks? It's like, oh, they're like just yeah. So, I mean, ADHD, autism, depression, other mental whatever aside, I function well enough in society. But yeah, do I have ADHD? Do I? Am I autistic? Do I sound like I am? I mean, like I said, I could do... Like, when I was in high school, I was doing calculus and physics and chemistry, and I was getting straight A's with that shit. I had like 100% in a lot of those classes. Everyone's like, why didn't you go to college? I couldn't afford it. And then when I did try to go to college, it was basically an online college. Turned out to be a scam. So I basically just got fucked over, lost all the savings I got from working in factories. Because initially what I did is, I didn't have any fucking money. Even though I had straight A's in calculus, physics, chemistry, and Eagle Scout, I had no scholarships, grants, or shit. So, worked in a factory for about a year, helped paying rent at my parents' house, and saving up money. Then, basically all my savings went away when I went to college. You know, it was online, so I was still living with my parents, still working, and still paying rent. So, but hey, one, there weren't places to really available apartments back then, and two, it helped my parents out, so I was glad I could help. But, yeah, that shit basically all just blew up in my face and kind of fucked me over. Main point being is that Aristotle... So here's a question though. If Plato died in Aristotle... Born 404, died 323. So a year before Aristotle died. But okay. Well, all this is like kind of needless fucking fluff. Ow, my back. Ow. Main point I'm just trying to say with Aristotle is that he wrote some books, one of which being called Rhetoric. There was a part of it that talked about how that any sort of law, you know, the letter of the law is not justice. And that if you disagree with a law, you should be able to, you know, argue with logics and facts. I mean, that's kind of how the Constitution came about. Heck, I mean, was it Thomas Jefferson that wrote Common Sense? Who wrote Common Sense? Thomas Paine. Common Sense 47-page pamphlet read by Thomas Paine, advocating independence for great people and colonies. Okay. Oh yeah, Gulliver's Travels. That's a really good story. By Jonathan Swift. When was that being wrote? Why? Is he French? Why is his hair like that? It's like that giant powdered wig thing. Gulliver's Travel, Part 4, satirical work by Anglo-Irish author Jonathan Swift, published anonymously in 1716, as travels into several remote nations of the New World. Brave New World by Aldous Huxley, The Republic by Plato, Modest Proposal by Jonathan Swift, Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe. I swear I don't have ADHD. Main point being is that I'll try to find my own thing, but the idea being that if you disagree with the law, you should be able to discuss it with common sense. That whether it be any position, whether it's religious, scientific, or political, you should be able to have a calm, respectful conversation with somebody where both people state their facts and feelings on the matter, and both people try to understand one another. Maybe I'm putting too much faith in the rest of the human race. I don't know. How often are you guys able to have calm conversations with people? My ass hurts. Then again, I sit on a pillow in a fucking metal folding chair. Also, it probably doesn't help that I don't really have an ass. Like I'll try to find the thing and post in community posts. But the idea being is that if there's any position you have, you should be able to discuss it with, you know, facts and, you know, logic. Heck, René Descartes, a French philosopher, was of the philosophy that you should be able to question everything. That the only way to be certain of things is to be able to doubt everything. That you should be able to ask a question about any subject, no matter what it is, in order to try to understand things. Anyway, I think what I was saying was about KFC. So Moses left at age 40, and from what that's like, he had wives he had in Egypt, and he married the priestess of Midian. So who's to say how old she was? Right, I was trying to look it up before I got distracted. It's not explicitly mentioned. However, commonly believed she's quite young. So, I mean, he was in his mid-40s. Time passed. Okay, that's a long paragraph of saying you don't fucking know the answer. Whatever, doesn't matter. Main point, I'm just saying, doesn't matter, I can't find information. Main point being is, I was saying that he's had several wives. There was even other stuff saying that he married other wives after starting the trip. Some woman in Ethiopia or something. Who knows if that's true? I have no way of knowing. And I have no idea who wrote that. Or what year, where that fucking information came from. At the end of the day, the biggest thing you trust is what's written literally in the Bible. But again, like I said, it's just interesting to try to understand. You know, like take Noah. What did Noah know about God when he was a small child? What did his parents teach him about stuff? How did his parents treat him? How old was he when they died? How many siblings did he have? What were the people around him like? Also, apparently he was 500 years old before he started building the fucking boat. And if I remember right, it took another 100 years to build the boat. So like 600 at that point. And Nerd lived another 300 some odd years. At that point, other thing is this. You know, like heroin burns out a person's brain? Here's a question. That like does it by releasing too many chemicals too quickly. Here's a question. If a human being really does live to be like 900 fucking years old, at what point do the chemical reactions in the brain just sort of stop? Like, are we having a... And it's not just like, okay, we're getting Parkinson's disease or Alzheimer's. I'm talking like the effects of like cocaine and heroin, that. Where, at what point does a human brain, if it lives for hundreds of years, hypothetically, doesn't get Alzheimer's or dementia or Parkinson's disease? In the hypothetical situation where a human lives, you know, close to 1,000 years old, what effects does that have on the synapses and neurons in the brain? To all the parts of, you know, dopamine and serotonin and oxytocin, adrenaline. Like, what is the effect on those parts of the brain? If a human being were to live that long, would there be certain parts of the brain that would decay faster? I mean, in humans that do exist nowadays, like say the humans that are like in their 90s right now. Heck. People that were alive even during the time of World War II. Not even just veterans, I mean, just babies even around that time. I mean, even if you were born literally in 1944 toward the end of the war, or pretty much literally at the end of the war, you'd be 80 years old. I mean, it's literally, even if you were born the day the fucking World War II ended. Pretty sure it's late 1944. Yeah, I'm going to type into Google when World War II ended. Oh, September 2nd, 1945. Okay. On May 8th, 1945, Germany surrendered after the atomic bomb struck Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Japan surrendered on September 2nd. Okay. Main point being is this. Disregarding the few months discrepancy. Essentially put, if you were born at the end of World War II, even if you were like a baby, you'd be like 80 years old right now. That would mean somebody's 120 years old right now, they would have been 40 years old at the end of World War II. When was FDR born? 1882. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was born January 30th, 1882. By the way, interesting fact. My biological grandfather on my mother's side, not my great-grandfather, my father, my grandfather, my mom's biological dad was born in 1898, and I'm 37. My mom was the last born child of that family, and I was also the youngest born child of my mom's family. And my mom will be 64 here. Or 65, for the person who wants to keep everyone out there from knowing the exact age of my mother. It's either 64 or 65. I'm the youngest child. When was Winston Churchill? '74. Died 1965. When did FDR die? 1945. April. Alright, Truman took over for him. Was Truman his vice president? His second vice president, Henry Agard Wallace, was the first vice president. And right, yeah, he was the longest serving president. Only one ever served more than 2 terms. I don't know, I think JFK was really good president. What was FDR's favorite food? Scrambled eggs, fish chowder, grilled cheese sandwiches, hot dogs, and fruitcake. No wonder he fucking died. Everyone's like, he had polio, stop being an asshole. I'm like, I'm just saying, his favorite food was fruitcake. But that brings me back to Moses. Is the fact that, okay, dude was 40 years in Egypt as a prince. Then 40 years in Midian as a shepherd in the desert. Under basically, you know, an honored position with the priest of Midian. So pretty much the best life you could be living for somebody in the middle of a desert. Basically was next to an oasis. Then came back, did the whole thing with the plagues of Egypt, which, well, who's to say how many people died during all of that? Then, of course, Pharaoh and his armies getting crushed in the Dead Sea, or Red Sea, I can't remember. You think I'd remember, but I can't. And then they're in the desert for 40 fucking years. And I'm pretty sure it's mentioned at some point that not a single person who left Egypt on that trip lived to see Israel. And it's not that far of a trip. They spent 40 years basically wandering in a fucking circle. Then again, understandably, the logistics of a large group of people traveling is insane. But still. I'm just saying this. Like, even, no, it said Moses, I think God himself buried Moses. But it was outside the land of Israel. So he never really got to go in there. He got to look at it. But here's the thing. Technically, everybody died. Everybody who left Egypt and followed Moses into the desert, every single one of them died in that desert. It was only their children that survived to go into it. And obviously part of that was to, kill off the stubbornness and traditions of the beliefs of the Egyptians, and, to bring up the next generation in the air quotes correct way. But the main point is everyone died. Everybody died. Like everybody who was actually alive during the time that the trip started. Everyone who was alive to actually see the stuff with the plagues in Egypt, and the stuff in the water and the ocean, or the sea, whatever, and everything happening, was dead before they got into Israel. Then there's the fact that you're traveling through a desert. That's fucking awful. And here's the thing. There are multiple times in which Moses had lots of them put to death. I mean, there's a time after going to the first set of tablets, the Ten Commandments, in which they were all like worshiping a golden cow. At which point, parts of the earth opened up like an earthquake and started eating people pretty much and killing them. And stuff started catching on fire and roasting people alive. Then there was a time where people were like really just, agreeing a lot. And then they just had a meeting. They were basically, hey, let's all go to church. And half the people showed up, and the church sermon was basically, okay, pass up the swords. I want you to go home and take all your family members who didn't attend church and kill them. Just kill everyone who didn't show up to church. Then there's so many times like people were literally just dying of medical illnesses, the fact they're traveling through a desert. And then I know there's like things that say, oh, they had plenty of food, but most of the time it was like manna stuff. Like some people like surmised it might have been quinoa. Anyway, how is it falling for them? Even if we're like saying, benefit of the doubt, it's just magically materializing in the fucking space and raining down on people. Even if it's the most medically healthy food in the world, people are going to get sick of eating the same fucking thing all the time. And even then, how much cattle did they have? How much... And I understand they took spoils when they left with them out of Egypt. And they were able to find stuff along the way. And they had a bit of blessing related to it. But here's the thing. There were so many times that they were complaining that Moses was getting pissed at them and yelling at rocks. Granted, there were rocks that he was able to magically talk to and have them give him fresh water. That being said, all of that aside, and the fact you also had like a fire tornado leading them through the desert, main point being is this. There's a point in which these people who had lived their lives as slaves in Egypt, it's not like they lived their lives as slaves in like Russia and where then we're suddenly in like the middle of Africa, in the middle of a fucking desert. Or, I don't know, Arizona. They were already in Egypt and then moved. I have driven further distance than it took for them to go to fucking Israel. I have literally driven, granted, yeah, cars didn't exist, but I'm just saying it kind of takes the scale of things. Even back during the time of, say, I don't know, medieval Europe. Back in like the 1200s. They didn't know about North America and South America. And that's like 2,000 years ahead of that. It's like what? The time of Moses, what? I think it was like 4,000 years ago. I think like 3,700 BC. When was Moses born? About 3,700 years, we got 1592 BC. That doesn't sound right. So saying Moses was born 1393 BC. which would have been 3,400 years ago. But that doesn't sound right. I would think it would be 3,700 years ago. But again, I don't know. I can't remember things. Getting worse and worse about that. Main point being is this. There was a point which a bunch of people were fucking bitching. Because, one, they're walking through the desert for years and years, for decades and decades and decades. In the desert. It's not like they could sit down and play a Super Nintendo in some air conditioning and watch some anime while they drink some Pepsi. These are people who lived as slaves in Egypt, in a place that is very hot. And yes, Egypt was the most wealthiest, financially advanced, technologically advanced, medically advanced place in the world at that time. But we're also in a time that, as far as I'm concerned, you know, just saying antibiotics wouldn't exactly be a thing for a very long time. You know, we wouldn't be inventing penicillin anytime that year. The point being, people who lived as slaves in Egypt, in a place that was hot. And yes, I've never been to actual Egypt. But here's the thing. I know occasionally it can snow a bit in Egypt, but not a lot. I'm just saying this. People that actually live in Egypt who are, for some reason, listening to this video. 1, do you think it's warm in Egypt? 2, do you have a frame of reference? Simply put, the same as I've never been to Egypt. Have the people in Egypt ever been to, like, Canada? Or, like, Norway? Or Antarctica? And I'm like this. I've never been to Antarctica, but I'm like, I know it's so cold that I would never want to go there. In the same regard, I'm like, I'm sure Brazil's an amazing place. But I think places like Brazil and the Congo or Australia, while they're all probably very beautiful places, I don't want to be eaten alive by tarantulas. Or, you know, stabbed by a kangaroo with opposable thumbs who's just holding a fucking knife. It's like I feel like we're one step away from kangaroos just carrying fucking machine guns. It's like, okay, what's this? It's a koala with an AK-47. Everyone's like, you're getting a little ridiculous here. I know. I'm trying to be funny. I'm trying to have a tiny bit of humor. The main point being is this. You have a group of people that lived as slaves in Egypt, a place that should be, you know, considered known for being warm. They didn't travel that far, and they're used to physical labor under shitty situations with shitty food and shitty resources. They're used to a shitty existence. Like, slavery is a shitty thing, no matter how you look at it, no matter how, like, again, there's different conditions for it, but here's the thing. It should never have existed. At any point. Hell, there's a 10 Commandments saying not to be jealous of your neighbor's slave, but not a single fucking thing about not owning slaves. You think at least the group of people that came from slavery making a set of laws that one of the first major laws they would have would be, don't own a person. Main point being is this. Aside from the fact that the fuck was wrong in the past, that there was never a law saying don't own people. Like, that should have been like one of the first things we had like forever ago. But no. Instead, here's the thing, go with this. What was it? Oh, right, slaves. Just saying this. People that spent their lives, and for as far back as any of them could really remember, like even their great-great-grandparents, like the oldest people that were alive, by the time they were born, their grandparents were already slaves their entire lives. Like, people that had spent their entire lives in bondage and servitude, living the shittiest fucking existence in a place that was already fucking hot, already living a life of suffering and physical exertion under shitty circumstances, and a place that didn't have any distractions, and they are actually the most freest they ever been. You have people that have spent their entire existence as slaves in a shitty environment, who have barely traveled that far at all. And they are all bitching at Moses for how much they hate their current circumstance, to the point that many of them were literally saying that they were so miserable in the desert following Moses to Israel that they were even saying that, hey, if we had known it was going to be like this, I would have rather just stayed in Egypt as a slave. Like, again, obviously kind of a bitch thing to say. At the same time, I would never want to be walking in a giant fucking caravan in the fucking desert for multiple decades, eating fucking quinoa coming out of a cloud and water coming out of a rock. I will drink water out of my jug, fresh out of my refrigerator. It is still cold. I'm grateful for that. I still want to turn on my air conditioner whenever I end this video. I'm just saying this. I understand being a leader of a group of people and having people bitch at you would be extremely annoying. But if you're in a place where antibiotics do not exist, and we're all in the middle of a fucking desert with very lackluster food, I would be like, there's no anime, there's no air conditioning, you're constantly fucking trying to either move the caravan or gather resources if you're camped up for a bit. I'm just saying, I was an Eagle Scout. I did camping. I enjoyed nature. I still enjoy nature. I went to a bike trail earlier, walked like 8 or 9 miles or some shit. It was nice. I enjoy looking at the trees and the clouds and stuff, and occasionally squirrels and hedgehogs go by and shit. That's nice. I enjoy the outdoors. You know what I don't enjoy? Sleeping outside or camping. I've done enough camping to never ever want to do that again. I like my house or apartment, whatever you say, and I like my queen size bed. I like my cushy bed, I like my anime, I like my air conditioning. I like being able to eat fucking pepperoni pizza and Pepsi. I'm saying this. If I had to camp, even with modern equipment, tents, for the rest of my life, I would be bitching every single day for the rest of time. I'm just saying that. If I had to like live a camping life, I would be bitching. I would be whining and complaining. If I live in a fucking desert where I can't wash the sand out of my dick, and I can't take antibiotics, so that one time I drink, some water and it like made me feel ill, I'm going to die. Like, you don't have antibiotics, you don't have any kind of modern medicine. Like, what was the life expectancy? How many people just died of illnesses? What did you do every time somebody died back then on that trip? Because technically everyone died. Everybody who was alive at the time they left Egypt was dead. And here's the thing. That's one thing we're saying, hey, the people that were adults, okay, they're 70. Even if a person's in their 30s, okay, that person's 70 years old. Still, that's not much of a fucking lifespan. But even then, people young, like, what, people died in the 40s? How many people were just dying of illnesses and diseases? And how many times, like, there were literally times Moses told, like, either, cast down a miracle from God that just sort of opened up the earth, slaughtering thousands of people within seconds. And there were times that he literally commanded, people in the camp to just take up a sword and murder people, even their own families. Like, there was a lot of death just from natural causes, let alone a lot of supernatural and a lot of murder. But aside from all of that, Like, before that shit even really occurred, there were people bitching about being in the desert. These are people who lived their lives as slaves in Egypt, which is a place that's also kind of known for being warm and kind of deserty. And it's not like they suddenly, you know, it's not like they were leaving air conditioning and shit behind, and it's not like they had that shit back then. Even though I keep hearing like these things about YouTube videos talking about like, oh, there was this thing that was kind of like air conditioning they had back then. Like, yeah, I kind of call bullshit on that. And even if it did, you know what? There's a reason we don't use it now. Just saying, it's not like they left some futuristic sci-fi place with like Pizza Hut and shit to go live in a fucking woods. The main point is this. You had people who lived their lives as slaves, who were bitching about having to walk in the desert, saying they would have rather stayed as slaves in Egypt. What are conditions like if people are that fucking miserable? Then again, it's the kind of thing people say, like, oh yeah, you shouldn't be sitting or having desires if you want to go to heaven. I'm like, here's the thing. If you really think it's a bad thing to enjoy parts of life, or, you know, it's a sin, here's the question. What do you think we'll be doing in heaven? What, you're imagining an existence of eternity of living like you're a fucking, you know, 1700s pilgrim? Like a fucking Puritan? Like just an entire existence in the most closed-minded, judgmental, strict. Like, that sounds fucking miserable. It's like, one, I've argued hell is unjustifiable. That the idea of torture or torment or eternity, or even just causing like stuff like Hellraiser movies, that shit's fucking unjustifiable to cause physical torture over that kind of shit. But in the same regard, heaven, I'm like, what, are you not allowed to have relationships? Are you not, like, there's some people that said, oh, you're gonna be up there singing. Like, what, are you gonna be literally awake 24/7, spending the rest of eternity basically standing in place singing? It's like, oh, you now have to spend eternity doing this one task over and over, or else you will be kicked out of heaven and put into hell. I'm like, that doesn't, one, that doesn't sound pleasant. That sounds like it would be torture. 6 trillion bottles of beer on the wall. 6 trillion bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around. 5,909,999,999 bottles of beer on the wall. And then they're saying, like, oh, you say it wrong? You gotta restart. But hey, guess what? You say it correctly and you go all the way. Well, you just do it again anyway. It's just, and then it's this idea that, okay, you have to, like, here's the thing, I certainly wouldn't mind occasionally singing praises to God. He certainly deserves it. But here's the thing, I'm not going to want to do that all the time. Because at that point, that just sounds like a miserable existence. And the fact that you're basically being forced to do it at the threat of being kicked out of heaven and to hell or purged from existence, that's literally just the equivalent of being told, hey, you have to compliment me at all times or I'll stab you. And for like billions of people. It's just, yeah, that doesn't make any logical sense. Main point I'm saying is this. Aside from the bitching at Moses for the conditions, that you have people that live their whole lives as slaves, saying they would have rather gone back to being slaves in Egypt than continuing to follow Moses. You also have the fact that a lot of people are really complaining about the food. And here's the thing. One is the fact that they saying they wanted meat. So eventually Moses sent a flock of birds. And the birds all of a sudden just started dying. And so the people cooked the birds and ate the birds. But then all the people that ate the birds got sick and got food poisoning. Now I don't know if every single person got sick, I don't know if it was just because they ate more than they were used to. Then again, it also makes me think about the people who were like fucking Holocaust survivors who lived off of like fucking stale bread and onions. And, you know, where suddenly, like, when American soldiers saw them, and British soldiers, French soldiers saw these poor, emaciated, starved, deaf people, their first reaction is, oh my god, I have to give these people my food because I don't want them to starve. And so they like, here, chocolate bar, here, a sandwich, here, have some coffee, here's some tea. Please drink. You're starving. We don't want you to die. And these people came from a point of compassion, but of course these people who had just been used to being starved to complete fucking death, you know, their bodies went into complete fucking shock and they would start dying because their bodies couldn't process this shit no more. Hell, it's kind of the idea, there's people out there who are such strict vegans who don't eat any meat that if you suddenly give them beef stew, they will get very sick because their body can't process it. In the same regard, there are some people that do become more sensitive to, say, lactose or gluten as they get older. But sometimes, you know, it could be a thing that happens genetically, sometimes it can be a thing that can happen over time. Sometimes, again, Holocaust survivors, a traumatic fucking thing. Whether it's the emotional trauma of the whole fucking situation that occurred to them, or the fact that, you know, the very poor nutrition that was provided for them, to the point that they were pretty much dying. Heck, if you were seen to be not that healthy, they would put you to death. A lot of times people would actually just cut their fingers so they could rub blood on their own faces to make it look like they still had more color in their cheeks. Main point being is that their bodies would freak the fuck out. So what I'm saying is this. There's people in the fucking desert who are eating... Okay, they have the manna, right? I don't know what else they have, but here's the thing. They're complaining about food. To the point they're saying they want meat really badly. And they're at the point of basically rebellion. And they're saying they're so upset at walking through the desert they would have rather stayed slaves in Egypt. And then when they suddenly eat meat again, they're all getting sick. Which the question is this: was there something wrong with the meat? Did they overindulge? And again, can you really blame at that point? I mean, I was hungry. I mean, heck, I went 34 hours without eating, and I was like, ooh, Taco Bell. And then I'm like, no, I shouldn't. And then I'm like, I'll go to Kroger's, pick up some stuff. I was like, you know what? I'll make a video saying watermelon and have a picture of a dude. You know that meme of the one guy who had the watermelon helmet and like, my watermelon. I have to look it up. I can't remember. And I'm like, yeah, like, okay, what if I just eat nothing but watermelon? You know, because I'm fat. So the idea would be, maybe that would be very healthy for me. So the idea is like, okay, I've already gone 34 hours without eating. I'm going to go to the grocery store. I'm going to get some watermelon. And then I'll just, you know, live off of watermelon for a few weeks. I'm still considering eventually doing that. However, while I was in there, I was like, ooh, sourdough bread. Ooh, jalapeno cheese. Ooh, Arizona sweet tea. And I picked that shit up. It's like, And then I leave that, you know, I'm going to get, and I also got some habaneros. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to put the habaneros in the Taco Bell tacos. I'm going to cut up the habaneros and put them in the tacos. I'm going to go to Taco Bell and I'm going to put the habaneros in the tacos. I go back to Taco Bell and there's a long line and there's like some, you know, there's this couple up at the drive-thru. This dude looks like he wants to kill himself. He is visibly, I can see him grabbing his steering wheel and shaking his head back and forth and even hitting his own head into the steering wheel. As his girlfriend is in, well, I assume his girlfriend, possibly his wife, but a woman is in his passenger seat just yelling at him and yelling at the woman on the speaker. And it's like, I am like 5 cars away in this fucking long-ass line. If I was any further away in the line, I'd be out in the middle of the fucking street. There was that much of a line. And yet here's the thing. I can hear this woman yelling at her boyfriend/husband and the poor fast food worker who is working at this place. And I'm like, it's going to be forever in this line, too. I feel like the people at this restaurant, they've had enough to deal with. I'll just go home. And on the way home, I see a KFC. Oh, KFC. And I get some fried chicken. And I'm like saying, that's the people back then. They complained to Moses because they wanted meat. They wanted birds. And so Moses sent a flock of birds, and the birds all just died. And then the people they cut up the birds, they prepared and cooked the birds, and they ate the birds. And I'm like this, are they really that lazy? These people at least butchered the bird. And here's the thing, would I butcher animals to eat them? No. Is it for a moral reason? No. Here's the thing, I support the killing of livestock and animals for food. But I do feel that they should be, one, killed quickly, as painlessly, as instantaneously as possible, and in a way that they don't even know they're going to die. Basically, I think, cows should be killed, but like, I'm going to want a steak. I like steak. After all, another thing is this, a lot of people that are vegans or even vegetarians usually don't get the nutrition they need. Which means at the end of the day, the longer you go as a vegetarian, unless you are very strict about that diet and have the right supplements, being a vegetarian will probably kill you. Which means it's healthier to eat meat on occasions, provided it's healthy meat, and it's not like at a fast food restaurant or Taco Bell. Because honestly, I'm not even sure the meat at a Taco Bell actually is meat. Let alone what kind of chemicals it is probably dosed with. But, and again, those chemicals are probably not very healthy. Anyway, that being said, I do think that, it's fine to kill animals for food, just you should do it quickly and painlessly. There's no need to make them suffer. It shouldn't take long. You shouldn't be causing them any undue suffering. That being said, the biggest reason I wouldn't be killing an animal is because there's a certain way you have to prepare animals so that you don't get sick. You don't want to get food poisoning, you don't want to get parasites. And honestly, I don't know how to do that stuff. Now imagine if I was in an era without KFC or Burger King, well, I would probably, one, not really have much access to meat to begin with. But two, I would at least have more knowledge of that, and even then, back then you'd have butchers that would be doing it, because it would be financially difficult for most people to, own animals for that reason. You just wouldn't have enough money or wealth to have access to that. Biggest thing is this. I don't want to get food poisoning. Or a parasite or some shit. That would be the biggest reason I wouldn't do it, because I don't know how the proper way to do it. But, assuming I did, hell yeah I would. That being said, these people all... I don't even know if any of these people died from eating this stuff. If I know a great deal, I don't know if every single one of them got sick. Maybe it's just the ones that overindulged. But it made a pretty big point of it in the Bible. Let's see if I can type that in. Google. Okay, Google. We'll trust you with this. Prince of Egypt. 1998. That movie came in 1998. It was a really good song. Yes, I can remember that song. It came out in 1998. Damn, that was like, what, 24 years ago? 26 years ago? 26 years ago, I think. Moses, birds, sick. What were the quail mentioned in the Bible? From gotquestions.org. A quail is a small brown feathered bird that resembles a partridge. Quail are known for their delicious meat and are often hunted as game birds for that reason. Quail are mentioned in Exodus, Numbers, and again in Psalms, reference to God's provision of children as one God brought them to Egypt in slavery. The people following Moses had complained that they were sick of eating manna every day and longed for meat, such as they had had back in Egypt. Okay, that brings up another thing I was going to say. Is this. Here's the biggest thing I have to say. One, me stopping at KFC is kind of the equivalent, because it's like, oh, you're complaining you didn't have meat. I'm like, I've lived a life where I've had plenty of meat, and I go 34 hours without eating. I'm like, you know what, KFC or Taco Bell, which really isn't even good quality food. So I mean, it's not really that much worse, and it's like, in terms of them asking, like, if anything, me wanting it relatively stable condition as opposed to them. They're in the fucking desert eating manna, which is like, what, supposed to be quinoa? Basically bread. Even if it's just normal bread. Here's the thing. Does it have nutrition? All the Lord gave Israelites quail. He was displeased with their grumbling and their ungrateful words against him. He told Moses to tell them, "The Lord heard you when you wailed. If only we had meat to eat. We were better off in Egypt. Now the Lord will give you meat, and you will eat. You will not eat it for just 1 day, 2 days, or 5, or 10, or 20 days, but for a whole month, until it comes out of your nostrils and you loathe it, because you have rejected the Lord who is among you, and have wailed before him, saying, Why did we ever leave Egypt?" And again, can you really blame them? They're people who lived their entire lives as slaves. I mean, 1, what kind of education were they really getting? 2, they didn't exactly have a good condition. Even then, they're in the desert. And even then, what are they eating as manna? Does the manna have proper nutrition? Like, you can't, like, they've literally been living for years off of bread, even if it's the most healthy bread that's healthy for them. You're upset at them for complaining that they wanted meat? And here's the other thing. Here's the other thing I would have mentioned. They weren't just complaining they had meat. They were complaining about cucumbers. Cucumbers! And I understand. You know, a lot of vegetables and stuff have changed over time. Plus, people's palates in terms of taste have changed. You know, a lot of the food we eat in modern times has a lot of salt and sugar, and our palates are a bit corrupted because of that. So that naturally sweet fruits don't really taste that sweet to us anymore. That being said, they weren't just complaining about not having meat. They were complaining about not having cucumbers. Have any of you tasted a fucking cucumber? I'll answer that for you. No, you haven't, because it doesn't have a taste. Cucumbers don't have a flavor. Maybe it was different like 4,000 years ago, but cucumbers, I have never thought to myself, oh my goodness, if only I had a fucking cucumber. Then again, that makes me think of a very dirty, inappropriate joke. What's the difference between being hungry and horny? Where you want to stick the cucumber. That being said, again, they were complaining not just about meat. They were complaining about cucumbers. And they were also saying, oh, we should probably stay in Egypt, because yeah, even though we were slaves, at least we wouldn't die out here in the desert. So here's the thing. 1, you have people that were used to fucking physical manual labor complaining about walking in the desert. Exactly what was being asked of them while they're out there. And then the fact of the matter is this. Even if it's the most healthy food in the world, and the bread's got all the... Even if it's got a good flavor to it, even if it's got all the nutrition you needed, aren't people going to get sick of it? And that's even assuming it's got good flavor. That's even assuming, you know, it's got all the nutrition you need. All I know is that there's no type of bread. Like, I'm pretty sure if you ate nothing but quinoa all the time, like, wouldn't you have a deficiency in protein? Like, but that's the thing, it's just, isn't that understandable? And here's the thing, how far does it have to be in order for people that were slaves to be complaining? Or for them to be concerned that they're going to die from starvation? Then there's the fact this. Were there any people that were sick at that time? Were any people actually dying of starvation? But here's the thing. They were complaining about cucumbers. It wasn't just meat. I remember distinctly they were complaining about cucumbers. Like, what is your standards if you're complaining about, oh my goodness, if only I had cucumbers? You know, I'm tired of eating this bread. If only I had some cucumbers. And yeah, they were talking about meat too, but they were also listing off other vegetables. They were mentioning cucumbers. Hell, I think there was one Egyptian deity story, you know, from the Egyptian mythology about one of the Egyptian gods. His favorite food was lettuce. Lettuce, a certain type of lettuce. Not even salad. Not like, oh yeah, my favorite food is Caesar salad. Or, yes, let's have a salad that has, you know, all this fancy lettuce and some ranch dressing or Italian dressing, or French dressing, or buffalo sauce, or Frank's Red Hot sauce, with some like tomatoes, and cheddar cheese, and scrambled hard-boiled eggs cut up, and some croutons, and maybe some Parmesan cheese or some cheddar cheese, maybe some green peppers, maybe some mushrooms, maybe chunks of meat in the fucking salad, because some places do that. But I mean, at the very minimum, even if you're going minimalistic here, throw some lettuce, some shredded cheese, some chopped up hard-boiled eggs, some tomatoes, some more cheese, some ranch dressing, or even just, let's just be simple. Let's just like, okay, here's some lettuce and some Italian dressing. And even then, what's Italian dressing? Oil, vinegar, sugar, spices, salt. I know it's technically a spice, but I feel it bears mentioning. It wasn't even like, oh yeah, this Egyptian god said, oh, my favorite food is having the lettuce with shredded cheese and hard-boiled eggs, and tomatoes and ranch dressing and croutons. Throw some pepperonis and banana peppers on there too. No, just straight up fucking lettuce. Just lettuce. Just imagine a fucking head of iceberg lettuce. Here you go, it's your favorite food. There, that'll sustain you for a fucking week. Then again, I remember, like a decade ago or so, talking to this old farmer man. He was like 60 years old, so he's like 70 now if he's still, not dead. Talking about his childhood living as a fucking farmer. And like he's like, yeah, my dinner was a glass of milk, and we took a sleeve of saltine crackers, and we smashed them up and put it in the milk and ate it with a spoon. And I'm like, I don't doubt that was true, sir. I'm just saying it's fucked up. I'm not saying people, aren't as grateful as they should be, because he was complaining about modern generations being all spoiled with, the existence of like McDonald's and shit. Which again, probably not healthy for you to eat McDonald's. But I'm just saying, at no point should you be eating a fucking glass of milk with fucking saltines in it. Jesus. Now me, as far as my childhood, my mom actually was a very good cook. Now, she doesn't really cook that much anymore because, she's, 64, 65, and her and dad live alone. So, and for the most part, neither of them really seem to have much of an appetite. That being said, when I was younger, Mom would cook things like fried potatoes, where, she would wash potatoes, peel the potatoes, wash potatoes, cut the potatoes, and then sometimes boil the potatoes, but also just cook the potatoes with some butter and salt and pepper in a frying pan. Pots of vegetables, homemade lasagna. She would actually take a giant-ass fucking pot, boil egg noodles, cook some hamburger in a skillet with some onions and stuff, and you would have layers of egg noodles with cottage cheese, the Prego spaghetti sauce stuff, extra seasonings, hamburger meat, shredded cheese, onions, green peppers, all that stuff. Homemade lasagna. It's good. Put a lot of effort into it. She did. My mom could actually cook. Now, granted, there were sometimes she made a bit of spaghetti or goulash and stuff, and we made that last for a couple of days. So the main point is this. There was always plenty to eat. And my mom was a good cook. I have very fond memories of, one, sitting and playing video games with my mom when I was much younger, like the NES, games like Mario 1 and Mario 3. I even played some of like Crash Bandicoot 2 and the original Spyro the Dragon on the original PlayStation. I enjoyed doing that. And granted, my mom was never really good at video games. I just enjoyed sitting and playing a game with my mom, spending time with her. Aside from that, especially when I was very young, there are times I would just sit in the kitchen with my mom while she's cooking, and I would just talk to her. And granted, yeah, my mom wasn't perfect about things, but all in all, my mom was a good mom. My mom was a good cook. My mom is at least a good person, and she does love and care about me. So, I love my mom. And like I said, she was a good cook, and we had plenty of food. I will say this. I was never fat, though. I never had a six-pack my entire life. But I'll tell you this. I was 5'11" by the time I was 13 years old. By the time I was 18, I was like, what, 160 pounds? Heck. Before I started that job at that factory I was at for, oh my god, such a long ass time. Basically, that was the longest time, but the main point is, I was still like, what, 180? So during that factory job I was at recently, I wound up going from, what, 180 to like 230? Just because I was constantly working like 60 hours a week and overtime, constantly having to chug energy drinks just to go. And it's just like, yeah, I never had a fuck, and it's like a lot of times I couldn't even go to the gym because it would get in the way of work. Granted, at the moment, even with the food I ate, I'm 220, so I definitely do need to lose weight, but it's just like, you know, I've gotten older and the work conditions being what it was. But again, can't really say too much given the fact that I was like, yeah, I'm gonna diet, and I went 34 hours without eating, and now I have KFC. I also have a loaf of bread and some cheese dip and some sweet tea. Arizona sweet tea, not sponsored, but mind you, it's going to bring us water from though. And I'm still thinking of getting some Taco Bell tomorrow. But yeah, I definitely, and then probably like I was thinking like, oh, do the whole thing, like, oh, I'll just eat nothing but watermelon for weeks, and I'll definitely lose, you know, all the fat and shit. And I'm like, and now I've gotten KFC and Pepsi and stuff, and it was delicious. But I'm just saying. And even then, it's like, I just went to KFC and bought pre-made food. These people asked for quails. It's not like they came down in a fucking KFC bucket from the heavens. They had to still, you know, butcher these animals and cook them. And even then, they were just complaining they didn't have any meat. And it wasn't just that. They were also complaining that they didn't have cucumbers. How fucking hungry, or like, at what point, how do you have to get to the point that you're complaining you don't have cucumbers? They weren't just saying, oh, we wish we had meat. They were saying, we wish we had cucumbers. Like they were salivating, talking about it, the way it's described in the Bible. Like, how desperate do you have to be in order to want cucumbers? How hungry do you have to be? How low do your standards have to be? Same way like that, it's like a story about an Egyptian god whose favorite food is lettuce. How can lettuce be your favorite food? That's like saying celery is your favorite food. Or saying parsley. Or it'd be like going to someone like, hey, maybe like going to someone like, maybe like having Gordon Ramsay go up to someone and saying, you know, I'm the chef Gordon Ramsay. I am the greatest cook in the world. I'm really good at beef Wellington. Would you like me to make beef Wellington? I'll make you beef Wellington, as well as any other dish you want. And the person's like, can I have some steamed cauliflower? Plain. But I mean, like, it'd be like saying, it'd be like someone complaining, oh my god, these ramen noodles are so awful. Like, I know there's people out there that like live off ramen noodles, which again, even if they're flavored ramen noodles, that's really terrible. Also, it's not good for health. Ramen noodles are not healthy. But here's the thing. It'd be like someone who had been living off of plain fucking ramen noodles their whole fucking life. Or even just flavored ramen noodles. And they were suddenly like, oh my god, if only I had an Oreo cookie. If only I had saltines. If only I had a stick of butter. If only I had onions. Maybe like someone complained that, oh, if only I had the sweet, delicious taste of onions. Or if someone be like, oh my god, we've been living off oatmeal forever. If only I had some apples. So I'm like, again, yeah, it's kind of fucked up they were complaining so much. But at the same time, what, are they not allowed to complain? Like, it'd be, like here's the thing, yes, obviously they should be grateful for not being slaves anymore, and they should be grateful to have, you know, a better life. But I mean, one, if they're not grateful, why is that the case? Why are there people that live their lives as slaves suddenly bitching about this? Why is life so fucking terrible for them? Like, I understand, like, it's not like, and it's not like we're going like a change in standard of living, going from a person in the 21st century suddenly living, you know, thousands of years ago without like even antibiotics. That being said, and keep in mind, most people just died all the time. Here's the thing, that'd be another thing, statistic that we'd never have any way of knowing. On that trip, on the way from Egypt to Israel, how many people died of actual starvation? How many people died of heart attacks, of strokes, of diarrhea, of worms, of hypothermia, of gangrene, of cancer, of a broken bone, of asthma? And even then, during all the time in Israel, or even medieval times. Like, imagine if there was actually a way to accurately have a number of just, even of like, say, heck, even just the 1700s, and the 1600s, and the 1800s. Like, imagine just the early times of, like, here's the thing, George Washington, the first president of the United States, it was his own doctors that killed him. They were still operating the belief that you have to rebalance the humors in a human body in terms of how much mucus and blood you have. So they were basically giving him medicine to get him... They were giving him medicine to purposely give him diarrhea. And if I remember right, the man had, like, what, pneumonia? So they're giving an elderly man with pneumonia medicine to give him diarrhea and bloodletting. So it's equivalent of saying, okay, this is a man pushing 70 years old who's missing all his natural teeth, who's probably been shot a couple of times through the course of his life, who is the richest man in the world, or at least has the, obviously presidents are not exactly rich people, but I'm just saying is this, that at least gives him a position where people that were rich would make sure he has all the care he needs. And if you're a doctor taking care of him, you know, it'd be kind of shameful to like let the patient you're taking care of die, let alone if it's someone of a high standing. I mean, heck, take Macbeth. One of the biggest things is Macbeth betrayed his king and betrayed the person above and killed him. But also, the person was in his house when he did it. Like, that was a really big thing in the past. Hospitality. That if you had somebody stay at your house, you were supposed to take care of them. Like, obviously, they're not supposed to walk all over you. But obviously, if you're taking somebody given the place of your house, especially if they were a person of a higher status than you, it was considered extremely shameful to treat them badly or to let any harm come to them. Like, it was kind of a social faux pas to an extreme. Let alone the fact that he did, you know, actually murder the dude out of, you know, wanting to get power and shit. That being said, I do recommend, you know, the Shakespeare stories. I recommend, that's the thing. I'm a person who wants a world that's peaceful and no one to actually hurt each other, but I find stories like Edgar Allan Poe or Shakespeare or obviously the Odyssey and stuff like that would be very interesting. Oh, there's something else around that same time. Fuck! Memory! I was going to say the name of something and I can't remember what it was. Canterbury Tales! That's what I was going to say. Canterbury Tales. Yeah, like the stories in the Canterbury Tales. Which is technically a story within stories. But still, like, I strongly recommend the Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. But, yeah, I'm just saying, people complained about cucumbers. I mean, could you imagine this, like say, your average American goes up to heaven now. Or a person in the UK or France or Germany, because I'm pretty sure everyone in Europe has had a Pizza Hut pizza at one point in their life. Maybe like the equivalent of saying you're up in heaven, you say, oh, I miss the taste of pizza. Hell. That's what we're talking about at this point. It's the equivalent of like you went to hell, you went to heaven, and you said, oh, I miss pizza. I miss sweet tea. Hell. Kicked out of heaven. Banished from heaven because you said you miss pepperoni. Then again, there's the fact that many religions still hold the fact that if you eat any kind of pork at all, it's sentenced to death. Heck, there was one time I was working at a fast food restaurant, and there was a guy, I don't know what religion he was, some Middle East religion, but I don't know exactly what. All I know is that apparently his belief was a bit strict. I believe he was a trucker driving through the place. I was working at a truck stop restaurant for a little while. Anyway, the man buys an all-American sandwich. Which, here's the question. What do all of you think is an all-American sandwich? If you answered bread, hamburger meat from a cow, bacon, lettuce, tomatoes, onions, char grill seasoning, salt, pepper, mustard, ketchup, and mayonnaise, and pickles, and some cheddar cheese, then you are correct. Anyway, all of these things would be a concern, mind you. You know, after all, there's cheese and bacon and beef on this sandwich. And like I mentioned, ketchup, mustard, mayonnaise. I already said cheese. Salt, pepper, char grill seasoning, lettuce, pepper, and tomatoes, onions, obviously bread. Anyway, and of course it's cooked around a bunch of other foods as well. Anyway, this man orders this sandwich along with a soda and a bunch of fries and stuff. Anyway, he has already drank half his soda, ate some of his fries, and ate more than half of his sandwich. And then he comes back up the counter and says, I forgot to ask this, but is there any eggs in mustard? Are there any eggs in mustard? And I ask, no. Why? Are you allergic? And his answer is, no, not allergic or anything. It's actually against my religion to eat eggs. Though for whatever reason, apparently cheese is fine, and, you know, bacon's fine, and beef's fine. But yeah, and keep in mind, he's just ordering food at a fucking truck stop restaurant. And, you know, he's drinking soda and eating french fries and shit. Anyway, he's already ate half of the sandwich, a little bit more than half the sandwich. And he comes up and saying, are there any eggs in mustard? Because if I eat eggs, I'll go and burn in hell. I'll go to hell. And I don't think the guy was fucking with me. I don't think he was joking with me. You know, he looked like a pretty serious look on his face. But yeah, I told him, no, sir. There are no eggs in mustard whatsoever. You're fine. And I let him go back to eating his sandwich. And here's the thing. 1, he's already ate half the sandwich. 2, I just want him to enjoy a sandwich. That being said, what I could have said to him is, no, sir, there's no eggs in that mustard, but there is eggs in the mayonnaise. The mayonnaise has eggs in it. You are eating eggs. There are eggs in that mayonnaise. But here's the thing. 1, that would ruin the rest of his meal. And 2, he already ate the sandwich. Might as well just let him enjoy the sandwich. 2, that is a bullshit reason for anyone to get punished. You ate mayonnaise. Death. Or mustard, even. Or just eggs. And I can understand, from a logical standpoint, why people shouldn't eat bacon in the past. Aside from the fact that if you are eating a shit ton of bacon, you are probably having some very poor cardiovascular health and are at a higher risk of heart attack and stroke. And as well as it might tend to make you fatter. More important is this. A lot of times in the past, people did not, you know, prepare the food correctly. So a lot of times if you ate pork or say shellfish, you would either get food poisoning that would kill you, or parasites that would kill you. And a lot of times it was seen as just straight up demonic possession, that you'd get demons if you ate pork. But a lot of that reason was this: you'd get worms in your brain, and it would make you act like you're crazy, and then you would die while probably being violent to people. So, I mean, obviously, if you see somebody suddenly who was a normal person is suddenly a violent, psychotic monster who was trying to murder his fellow man while puking blood out of every orifice in his body and having crazy seizures and twitching, yeah, you could probably reason it as demonic possession. But realistically, it's the person has ingested ill-treated food and their body is full of parasites that are not only robbing them of proper nutrition, but are also damaging the fucking brain. And so there's internal bleeding, there's damage to the part of, the body that's responsible for, I don't know, your personality or logical thinking or motor functions or just not being psychotic. And it's not like you're really cutting people's skulls open to, dissect and do autopsies to decide what really killed somebody. You're just like, well, this person suddenly was a normal person, and then they became hyper violent and aggressive and had seizures and shit while screaming stuff and losing the ability to talk properly, and were puking blood out of their eyeballs while they started bludgeoning and eating people. Yeah, I can see how that was reasoned as demonic possession. I mean, that'd be kind of... And also, you start noticing that, hey, most of the people that are eating a lot more pork are... But I mean, just, okay, you have food that's causing food poisoning or parasites and shit like that. That's going to be a concern. A lot of laws are set up to avoid spread of diseases, especially in a time where you didn't have, CT scans and x-rays and antibiotics or just any type of medicine. Like I said, I mean, actually, let's go back. Well, let's read the rest of this. God sent quail in the evening. People would gather. The Bible says, when went out, the Lord drove the quail to the sea, from the sea, and the birds were plentiful, 2 cubits, approximately 3 feet, deep, all around the camp. Scholars interpret this to mean that the quail flew about 3 feet off the ground, which made them easy to catch and kill. Quail came in such great numbers that each person was able to capture about 10 homers, or 8 bushels. We have no reason to believe that the quail were any different from the quail that are so common in the Mediterranean area. It may have also been that they were on spring migration northward and were exhausted from their flight, making it easy for the Israelites to capture them. Quail are known to migrate at night, which is the time God specified they would arrive. A large number of quail is caught by each person in the migrating flock. Night long, exhausted, and easily taken. Now here's the thing. One, they're saying, oh, each person was able to catch 8 bushels. One, you didn't have refrigeration or even the way to properly salt food back then. So obviously, food would probably start spoiling. So again, food poisoning. Also, if you weren't treating the food right, who knows, parasites and shit. But here's the thing. Here's the question. If there's enough ability to catch the fucking birds, and you're seeing them every fucking day, how about this? Rather than catching 8 baskets full of dead birds, because apparently you're trying to capture them, not like they're all just laying there fucking dead. At that point, how about this? Don't kill all of them. Like, if you see a flock of 100 birds, you don't need to be like, this isn't fucking Oregon Trail. Which, again, not a very accurate educational video game. But I remember on the 3-inch fucking floppy dick drives you threw in the fucking computer. Back when computers were things that where the internet didn't exist unless you were like the fucking Pentagon. And it was just like, here's the Oregon Trail. Half of your family has died of dysentery. And now a river has exploded. Now a wagon wheel has broken. But it's like, what do? You go out in the fucking woods and you shoot bison with a fucking rifle. And you carry back 200 pounds of fucking meat. And that's what you had to do, because you had to live. You had to like kill everything and harvest the max amount. And a lot of times you would only carry about half the weight of the stuff. Like you'd maybe like killing 1,000 buffalo and carry back the weight of 10. And you can only eat like 1. But if you don't do that, then oh, well, this much spoiled, so you couldn't. So it's okay. But I'm just saying, it's not like it was a fucking Oregon Trail. Okay? It's not like it was that fucking video game. I'm just saying this. If you have the need for, like, here's the thing. If you were to capture 8 fucking baskets full of birds, how about this? Just capture 1 basket of birds. Like, do you really need? And, like, here's the thing. Was the mana just suddenly withheld at that point? Because that's not very healthy either, to eat just nothing but meat. At one point, I wanted to try the idea of eating nothing but lamb, but it only lasts a couple days or so, just because, 1, lamb is expensive as fuck, and 2, it just made me extremely exhausted. Like I said, I'm still interested in the watermelon idea, where I eat nothing but watermelon, but, well, obviously fried chicken. And I still wanted the Taco Bell, but again, I'm just saying, I bought some habaneros. I'm going to cut up those habaneros, and I'm going to put the habaneros inside the... Then again, I was having, like, chest pains about, what, a month ago or some shit? Like my ribs or something, like some sort of pressure, like it was hard to breathe. I don't know what the fuck that was about. It got better after a couple days. I don't remember why that was, whatever the fuck, I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, if it's an issue like, oh, you ate too much meat, then don't eat that much meat. Are you saying they were trying to eat all that, like they were just gorging on it? And again, it's like an Adam and Eve thing. Okay, here's the thing. 1, how long was Adam alive before Eve was created? Also, Adam went around and named all the animals. Were the animals able to talk to him? How long was Eve alive before they got the fucking fruit? The fact that the serpent was able to go in there and talk to them, which could have been Satan, I don't know. At this point, it's like saying, like, here's the thing. Like, say if anybody out there has a child, even if you had a fucking 10-year-old, and you told them, don't take a cookie out of the cookie jar, do you trust them not to? And, like, I understand everyone's belief in their children is different. Like, here's the thing. I love my son. I'm proud of my son. I think my son is awesome. I think he is a good person. I still wouldn't trust him not to take a cookie out of the cookie jar. And I would still expect him to probably lie about it. I think that's true of every, like 99% of human beings on the planet in modern times who have the benefit of a modern education and modern, resources. It's not like we're fucking dying of starvation. Most people tend to be overweight to begin with, myself included. Like, I know I'm not the only person who's decided, hey, chocolate cake is delicious, or Dairy Queen ice cream is awesome. But I'm just saying, like, you wouldn't expect that. The same way, like, here's the thing. Like, I'm pro Second Amendment, but I also feel like people should have their guns in a safe place where a child would never be able to get to it. Like, here's the thing. If you have a gun, and the child gets to the gun, that's the adult's fault. Like, even if the child is of a decent enough age to know right from wrong and all that shit, you still shouldn't have that stuff around them. I'm just saying, Adam and Eve, they didn't have parents. Who was raising them? Did they have actual baby life? Like, were they ever toddlers? Were they ever breastfed by anybody? Like, who breastfed Adam? Who breastfed Eve? Were they ever actually gestated in a fucking womb? How exactly were they made? And they didn't have a school. They didn't have a childhood. They didn't have friends. They didn't have anything to learn from. And I understand, yes, there's a lot of people that, get, like, stupid shit off, like, fucking TikTok. And there's people at, like, schools and public and on the street that are just bad influences on shit. But I'm just saying this. It's like Goku. They say Goku's dumb. But here's the thing. Goku wasn't dumb. He was a dude living in the fucking forest. Do you expect him to do fucking calculus? Same way he actually was romantic with Chi-Chi. Akira Toriyama said so himself. He just said that he didn't include it in the story because he didn't want the story to be about that. It was supposed to be an action show with a little bit of comedy. He didn't want to turn it into a rom-com. He didn't want it to be a romance story. Because one, Akira Toriyama doubted his own ability at writing a good romance story, and two, it's just not what he wanted his story to be about. It's not that, Goku wasn't fucking the shit out of Chi-Chi all the time. It's just that that's not good in the story, period, even if it's meant for adult audiences. Which it wasn't. A lot of times it was meant for, kids. Same way with Batman. Realistically, why does Batman not kill people? Two reasons. One, Bruce Wayne is psychologically damaged to the point that he would not be able to handle the psychological strain of killing people. It's a psychological issue for him, rather than a moral one. But it's driven more by psychology. But more importantly is this, the biggest reason why Batman doesn't kill people is because the fucking thing is rated Y7. It's meant for people that are 7 years old. You can't have a show marketed to little kids where the hero is murdering people, even in self-defense, even as, even if they're terrible people. And yes, the Joker's technically killing people, but it's not like you're seeing people's fucking intestines fly out. You see Joker dose someone with some gas, and they just get a creepy smile and fall over. Or just sit there weird. They're not... You see people shoot guns, and you just see people fall over. You're not seeing the color red. It's not graphic. It was not meant for that audience. You can't have Batman killing people because the show is aimed at kids. Now, and even then, even if you're rationalizing and making like, oh, this new version of Batman meant for, people who are adults, even then, from the character of Batman it's not logical for him not to kill people, because at the end of the day, he's got like fucking razor blades on his arms, he's a really super jacked person, and he's punching people really hard. Like, heck, there's people that have been at bars that have punched a dude in a drunken bar fight, and not even with a weapon. Not like they hit him with a fucking glass or metal or shit. They literally just punched a dude, and the dude falls over, hits his head on the ground, and dies. Like, I don't even know the statistic for that, but there's a certain number of people that have literally just died in bar fights where there was no weapon, and the person who killed the other person was actually surprised at, like, what the fuck? Like, there's people in the past that have gotten into fucking bar fights, punched a dude, knocked him unconscious, and left, and then the police show up at their house saying, hey, you murdered the dude. Like, what? And like, they didn't even know. They didn't even know the other person was dead. But I'm just saying this. And Batman is a very physically strong person, which again, the feats that he's mentioned even in the most conservative estimates is beyond what a normal person would do. And even then, the life of being Batman would fucking suck. The dude is like hardly sleeping, and he's training all the time, and when he's not training, he's doing physically exertive stuff where he's fighting people that want to murder him, and it's like no one appreciates what he does, and then he's wound up getting shot and stabbed and hurt all the time and broken ribs and shit. And here's the thing, he's a fucking billionaire. First off, I'll tell you this, if I was a billionaire, especially if I was Bruce Wayne, the first thing I would do is I would just hire a dozen therapists. Like, I feel at that point like, okay, what's going to help you more, Bruce Wayne? Going out and punching people or therapy? Though, to be fair, hell, Bruce Wayne could have done more to stop crime by just taking away the incentive. Obviously, the economy of that place is fucking shit. I mean, you're a billionaire. Just invest the money that you have into making batarangs into, jobs with a living wage. I'm sure there will be less people willing to, work for a crazy clown person or a walking penguin or a mound of clay or a giant crocodile man for, some money. They'll be like, you know what, I'd rather just, I'd rather just work at this water treatment plant, man. I don't need to take a job working for this dude named Bane with giant tubes coming out of his back in a luchador mask and robbing banks. Or this dude wearing a potato sack
dosing people with like LSD. Scarecrow if you don't get the joke. I remember the College Humor Batman stuff, that was pretty hilarious. Just saying, it's just... Obviously there's better ways to fix the crime problem. But at the same time, it's an awesome show. Does it logically make sense? No. Would it make more sense for the billionaire to just hire a dozen therapists? Yes. Would it make more sense to just spend the money on batarangs instead on the economy, and the place will get better? Yes, that would make more sense. But it would be a boring fucking show. Because here's the thing, at the end of the day, is this. There's two kinds of people. And then there's me. The kind of person that's kind of a bit of both. But I lean toward the first. First being the kind of person who looks at a character and you want to, like, sort of just think of yourself more in terms of like them. Whereas the second group would be, making that person thinking that more groups like you. Which the second group would be like, say, if you take Batman and you try to change him into being more like you to make him more relatable to you. But it's more along the first group is this. You look at Batman and you see how awesome he is, how strong he is, and how athletic and courageous he is. And you want to, like, pretend you're Batman. Same way, you might run around a field on some grassy hills and stuff, and pretend you're Sonic the Hedgehog. It's just fun. Like, who hasn't yelled Kaioken as you're jogging to hope, like, imagine it makes you run faster? And you say, like, Kaioken times 2, and all of a sudden you try harder. And every time you increase the number, you, like, try to push harder. And then, of course, who hasn't tried to, like, fire a Kamehameha? Or just, like, pretend like you're hitting a punch bag, pretend you're Goku. Or, like, taking a fucking stick and held it in front of you and yelled Bankai. Because you see, like, these characters, and obviously, what would it be like to be these characters? Awful! It would be fucking awful! How much time does Goku spend training? Don't be wrong. I enjoy going to the gym. But I wouldn't want to live there. Same way, like, yeah, it'd be cool. Like, look at me, I can run really fast and do Shunpo, and I have a sword that does, like, wind scar stuff like Inuyasha. But you also get stabbed a bunch and breaking bones. Life and death situations, and I'm like, that's awful. I mean, Aizen even broke his fucking theme music. Though I've also thought it was interesting ideas of, like, one, what if Ichigo had just joined Aizen? Or Bach? Or, furthermore, what if Bach or Aizen had a little bit more foresight and respect for Ichigo? Like, let's say hypothetically, around the time, like, Ichigo was small, but before the whole Grand Fisher thing, what if Aizen just showed up and said, "Hey, Urahara, I know, hey, calm down, Boot, I'm sorry about everything. I'm gonna calmly talk to you about shit, and we'll see if we can work shit out." Which obviously, I don't know how that would work. I imagine Urahara would have been pissed, been hiding from Aizen. Aizen was probably looking for Urahara to kill him. But let's say, hypothetically, Aizen found Urahara and didn't want to kill him. And just wanted to sit down and have some tea with Urahara and apologize for how shit went down and tried to plead his case about why he wanted to do what he wanted to do. In one case, either Urahara could convince Aizen to not go down that path, or Aizen could convince Urahara and Yoriichi to join him. And Tessai. Now, would he? I don't know. It just depends on what's everyone's motivations for things. And what would have come of that. And also, after that, if they went as a group to just talk to Isshin. But here's the thing. The other thing is this. What if, after, because I assume Urahara was watching Ichigo at that point, like, since he was aware of him since early on. But I'm just saying, what if Aizen just showed up one day to Ichigo before, you know, Ichigo ever met Rukia. And just talked to him about everything. And obviously, at first, Ichigo probably wouldn't want to believe shit. Heck. And obviously, Aizen has his evil plans and shit and all that. I'm just saying. Heck, after, you know, he staged... Because, after all, I don't remember how, like, a Hogyuku thing ended up in Rukia in the first place. I think Urahara put it there. I'm not sure. To hide it from Aizen. I can't remember. All I'm saying is this. What if, even at that point, like, let's say Aizen somehow managed, like, after Ichigo got stabbed by, like, Byakuya, and Urahara was going to go help him and everything. But, like, what if, like, after, like, Urahara's done training Ichigo and he's ready to go to Soul Society, and, you know, Uryu's there, Ishida Uryu's there, Orihime and Chad and all of them are there and ready to go. Right as they're going, Aizen just shows up like, hey, here's Rukia, she's fine. I took a thing out of her, but she's fine, I healed that. She's cool. And Urara's like, why are you here? And I'm like, I'm here to be friends. He's like, the fuck you are? I'm here because of you. I'm like, yeah, I know, I'm sorry about that. I was kind of a dick. Anyway. I have returned Rukia to everyone. You're fine, Ichigo. You want? I'll train Ichigo for a bit. And he just explains to Ichigo everything, including the stuff about Bach. Because I assume Aizen knew about Yuha Bach. I'm not sure. Or imagine like if Bach just showed up. You know, before killing Ichigo's mom. You know, because at that point I feel it's kind of an ego situation with, you know, the character ego out of Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Because at that point, like, heck, same thing with Magneto. You know, because Magneto in that, you know, the X-Men First Class movie is like, you know, the fucked up thing is this. I actually agree with you. You know, guy whose name I can't remember. But you killed my mom, so I'm going to drive this quarter into your head. But yeah, I'm just saying. Like, if say Aizen or Bach, you know, tried to talk to Ichigo much earlier on, and tried to actually, you know, make their decisions from even before the point Ichigo was born, in regard of not pissing off Ichigo. Like, the biggest thing Bach could do would be, I don't know, not kill his mom. And the biggest thing Aizen could have done would have been, you know, he could have... Or hell, this. Here's the thing. When Orihime was brought to Wekamundo, it could have been used as a means to talk to Ichigo in private. He could be like, okay, I can't go to the world of the living in Karakura Town and talk to Ichigo because everybody in Soul Society is fucking watching his ass. But, grantedly, if he comes to Wekamundo, you know, they'll probably try to follow him. But, it would buy me some time. Now, I could have all the people basically fight him on his way here, making it to where he can't hardly get here in time, and by the time he would even get here, I would have already left for the real world to engage in a fake Karakura account fight with Yamamoto and half the other, you know, captains. Which, you know, is what a bad guy would do. But I'm trying to say a way in which Aizen wasn't complete fucking jackass and actually regarded Ichigo as more important than he is. Or recognized him for the importance he is. Simply put is this. He underestimated Ichigo. And he was a dick. So I'm saying the best thing he could have done is, what if, when they took Orihime, they made sure Ichigo found out as soon as possible, and then the first thing Aizen told everybody would be this. Okay guys, This is Orihime. She is my guest. No one is to hurt her. Also, Grimjow. While Okiura was getting, or whoever it was that picked Orihime up, they'd be like, Grimjow, did you go to Walmart and get some cake and some treats? They'd be like, and Grimjow would be like, yeah, I got the Arizona sweet tea, man, and the Doritos. And then all of a sudden you see like Zale, Apollo, you know, the scientist dude, the person, and he's like, I got the KFC bucket. And then you see like Tia Harabell with like bags of Taco Bell. And then you see Stark with a fucking pepperoni pizza. And then Baragon's just there with like, with a beer. And he's like, he's like, oh shit, you guys want me to bring some for everybody? Sorry. It's like, damn, Bargain. And then we have Nanoitra. And Noitra's like, don't worry, guys. I brought a shit ton of Mountain Dew and Pepsi. And Orihime is like, what the fuck's happening? And it's like, first off, Orihime, sorry about everything that fucking happened. We need you here to bring Ichigo here. Because I want to talk to Ichigo and explain to him why it is I'm doing what I'm doing with the Hokyu, and why I want to make an Oken, and why I want to kill Zero Spawn, and why I have my fucking beef with the fucking Spirit King, and what my issue is with the whole Soul Society. Because from many regards, granted, Soul Society could kind of be seen as the bad guys, or at least misunderstood. And then they still are the good guys, but at the same time they do a lot of very questionable things that, and the circumstances even for their existence are also kind of questionable as well. I'm just saying this. They definitely had to do things the way they did because it would have been more interesting. It would have been boring as fuck, even if everything played the way it did, and they just bring Ichigo up there and have a calm conversation. Even if it's like Ichigo's on Aizen's side with the fucking hollows. Again, that could be an interesting story of some what-if fights made by some independent animators making low-quality animations. That would be awesome. In fact, there's people that have animated Goku versus Moro in that manga arc, and they did a good job. Now, granted, they can't animate all of it. It takes them some time, but it's still cool, and I think it's awesome. In fact, there's so many fan mangas that exist out there, and fan games, and fan fictions. Like, it's cool. People write, and it's just, I think it's awesome that there's people that actually enjoy stories so much that they're like, hey, I love this anime so much, I'm gonna write my own story version of it because I enjoy the stories. Or heck, Team 4-Star. The fact that these people had such a great love of Dragon Ball Z, and they thought Akira Toriyama was so awesome that they're like, hey, we want to try our own take at trying to, you know, make a comedy version of this because we think it's so awesome, because we're such amazing fans of Dragon Ball Z, because we've grown up watching this amazing show that was made by one of the greatest manga writers ever. And they're like, hey, we just want to show our appreciation. It's not like they were just making it out of just some sort of short-sighted, vain bullshit or some shit. They were people who legitimately loved Dragon Ball Z and were just such huge fans of it. Same thing with Land of Bator, with Yu Hakusho, and heck, Team 4-Star also did, you know, Hellsing. Heck, there's a dude named Devil Artemis who does shit with Perfect Cell. I don't even know if he was the voice of Perfect Cell in Alucard, because technically the person who voiced Team 4-Star Cell is also the same person who did the voice of the Team 4-Star Alucard. And they did a fucking awesome job, and it's hilarious. Heck, I mentioned at one point, like a Dragon Ball Z fusion that represents my personality is a DBZ fusion of Alucard and Mega Man Bull and Mega Man Legends. Then again, I've also described my personality as a fusion of Stalfo and Jack Hanma, or Chrono Gorgon from Soul Eater, and Vash the Stampede. And like a dozen other combinations of people. Maybe I'll make a video at some point just detailing that. But yeah, it's just... they were just huge fans. And like I said, Devil Artemis, he enjoys Cell so much. He has done like probably like multiple thousand shorts that are actually all really well animated. Now, granted, most of them are very short, like maybe a minute or two, but they're like a perfect Cell and his best buddy Kermit the Frog, and it is fucking hilarious. Or here's the thing, there is a dude called Burial Goods, and he does videos of, you know, just short readings of stuff that's kind of a creepypasta orientation, but it's centered almost to be hilarious, but in a bit of a dark humor sort of way. Like there's one where Grover is like climbing a staircase to heaven, where each step is his sins, and his plan is he's carrying his gun with him because he's going up there to shoot God. And then he pushes Kermit the Frog down the fucking stairs. And then he wonders, what if that frog was God? Or stuff about how they're comparing just... Like there's one point where he shows like pictures of ancient demonic sigils. And he, like step by step, and he does it in a very hilarious and clever way. But the idea is this. The images that are in old school demonic sigils are actually almost piece for piece microchips, you know, with little transistors and fuses and shit, and where the different circuit boards are. Like some of those things look like fucking motherboards. Like they look like fucking, you know, modern technology. Like the way these fucking circles and shit are. Like some people like go the route of some of these ancient, you know, demonography or religious symbols look like, you know, very interesting geometry, and or stuff about, you know, the layout of the stars and stuff that we didn't even know until we had the fucking Hubble telescope, or stuff about the framing of how atoms exist, or how DNA or chromosomes or molecules or protein chains or amino acids function, or lipids or glucose, how that shit functions. And it's interesting how you look at different things in the past where some things are like so fucking wrong in terms of what the fuck, like you look in the past at what people thought the human brain did. Then there's also when you look at certain things that had nothing to do with certain things, and you're like, that looks like something else. Something they shouldn't even know exists at all. And the one thing would be like a lot of the demonic sigils, like some people would make comparisons to how different star charts are, stuff that, you know, we wouldn't even see until the Hubble telescope. But then there's also the fact that some of these things literally look like fucking motherboards out of computers. And you're like, that's weird. How is that like that? And it's interesting. Same way I've made a similar sort of schizo post sort of idea, being the old school thoughts of the Sumerian religion from like 6,000 to 8,000 years ago. Heck, you can see parallels of it in many other religions from before and after that time. But the idea being the old concept of Sheol and Sumerian afterlife in Mesopotamia and Babylon, and even the places that are talked about even before the earliest places, even before we had the earliest forms of writing. The idea is a lot of things that are described, because keep in mind back then it was still common for a lot of people to use certain drugs to induce chemical reactions in the brain to see things. Because after all, there's humans that see things on like mushrooms and LSD, DMT, ayahuasca. Heck, there were people back in the Aztec and Mayan civilizations that would purposely cause horrific physical injuries to themselves and do shit similar to opium in order to induce visions. Heck, there's parts of the Bible that actually, you know, advocate against it, saying it's, you know, wrong to use, you know, certain substances to induce visions. Like there's things about the oracles in ancient Greek times who would basically be in caves and shit next to volcanoes. So essentially these people are being exposed by higher levels of certain gases that are making them fucking high and having a bit of brain damage. Same way there's a lot of things, whether it's opiums, which are, you know, painkillers, like stuff similar to like heroin to a degree, but natural. But, I mean, we have other painkiller type things, like there's oxycodone, Tylenol, Advil, fentanyl, nitazines, heroin, crocodile, morphine, opium, poppies. And of course, there's stuff like meth, and of course, there's worse versions of meth. There's all sorts of it that use more dirty chemicals that are actually more dangerous than normal meth. And you're like, isn't normal meth pretty dangerous? Yeah, it's probably one of the most, I would say meth and heroin are probably the most dangerous substances that there's a large group of people taking. But then again, there's other chemicals out there like scopolamine and fentanyl. And then there's also tons of drugs that are existent in common household items that people are taking. But most of those will pretty much always cause severe brain damage. Like some things are like dissociatives, some things are extreme painkillers, some are, of course, most of which all these things are extremely addictive and dangerous to the human body. Some things are sedatives and their uppers. Some are like cocaine, they mess with your dopamine and shit. Granted, don't get me wrong, KFC probably also messes with my dopamine just a little bit. But I feel like there's a big difference between cocaine and original recipe fried chicken. But then again, I have a very addictive personality, so trying to go without Pepsi is apparently too difficult for me. Good thing I've never smoked a damn thing in my fucking life. Because I've heard nicotine is very addictive. I've heard nicotine is extremely addictive. That being said, it's also not good for you. I'll say this, human beings are very, both physically and emotionally, very susceptible to addiction. So that stuff is very dangerous. There's a reason why a lot of things have to be illegal, just because things are very dangerous. Now, marijuana, I would say out of anything that's ever been illegal, marijuana is probably the least dangerous thing to ever exist. And for the most part, it's being decriminalized in most places and made recreational. I would say marijuana's probably should have the same laws as alcohol. Like, here's the thing, you shouldn't be smoking a joint and driving down the fucking freeway. That sounds like a terrible way to, die. Because here's the thing, if you're smoking a joint, I don't think you're gonna have good reflexes. Or being very fully alert. Like, here's the thing, I don't think marijuana would be addictive to somebody, but I could be wrong. I've never smoked this stuff. I've never smoked anything. I've never smoked a single cigarette in my life. That being said, I've seen plenty of adults, my mother included, who have been very badly addicted to cigarettes. My mom at least doesn't smoke nearly as much as she used to, but I remember when she had like 3 strokes and a fucking brain aneurysm, the doctors, 1, said it was a miracle she didn't die, and 2, they were, well, you need to never smoke again or you're gonna, it's gonna kill you. And, yeah, it's been like, what, 8 years since that or some shit? 7? And it's just, hell, she lasted, what, a couple weeks? Or even a week before she had to start smoking? Because, she and at least she doesn't smoke nearly as much as she used to. But she still smokes probably about half a pack a day. And she keeps saying she's going to try to quit, but it's like, it's a big struggle for people, even if there's a major medical issue. Heck, it was about a month, 2 months after she had those 3 strokes and aneurysm, I went to the hospital. I had meningitis and encephalitis of the brain and spine. I had basically swelling of the spinal column and swelling of the brain. I also got a spinal tap. That's fucking sucked. Doctors had to pump me full of a bunch of chemicals to make me not die. But I'll tell you this, that was a less than pleasant experience, and I spent like 3 years in the three years. I spent 3 days in the ICU. So that fucking sucked. And that was not pleasant. But yeah. I forget what the fuck I'm talking about. But yeah, main point is like, oh yeah, the schizo post thing was like there's drugs nowadays that people take that I don't want to go into detail about, but they're very common drugs that are deliriants, which if you were to describe drugs as genres like you would music or video games, deliriants would be described as horror. Because here's the thing, and you might think, oh, are you talking about psychedelics? No. Because I'll tell you this, marijuana, psilocybin, DMT, even LSD would be considered psychedelics, though LSD would be a bit dangerous. And heck, I would also say that psilocybin and DMT are not exactly safe. But I would say marijuana I would consider relatively harmless, but I would say no one should ever smoke marijuana unless they are at least 21 years old. And especially if you're going to be smoking for the first time, you should be doing it around people you trust and in a safe environment. Also, again, it should be treated like alcohol. You shouldn't, like, smoke fucking marijuana and then start driving down the freeway. Or be, like, operating construction equipment. Or have a gun. You know, you shouldn't be like a police officer smoking a joint before you try to stop a bank robbery. You know, now, obviously, if the cop wants to smoke a joint after work, when he's home, that's fine. But maybe you shouldn't be in a high-speed chase down the freeway while you're stoned. I'm just saying you probably shouldn't be driving a vehicle or being in charge of anything that would be considered dangerous. But for the most part, I would say this. I would say cigarettes are more dangerous than marijuana. Now, granted, you could probably still drive just fine while smoking a cigarette, but I would say the nicotine in a cigarette is more addictive, and I would say the stuff in the cigarette is probably more damaging to your lungs. Now, I'm not saying smoking marijuana is good for your lungs. It's probably also putting a bit of tar and stuff in your lungs, too. I mean, you're breathing fucking fire. What do you fucking expect? But the main point being is, I would say cigarettes are probably way worse for your lungs than marijuana. But it's also like saying, you know, what's worse for your diabetes, a single spoonful of sugar or eating the whole fucking bag? Then again, when you think about Pepsi, like how much sugar is in that compared to what could be naturally eaten by a human being? Heck, if you went back in the past to the time of Moses, you tried to give someone a fucking Pepsi, they would probably instantly start puking their guts out because their body would reject the idea, because it'd just be way too much sugar, more than what their body's used to. I mean, even eating straight up honey would not be. And of course, there's also the idea of different types of social misunderstandings. For example, there's times where in modern times, in like the 2000s, where we have people in modern times not understand how to eat normal fucking food. What do I mean by that? And I'm not talking about the whole stuff like, ooh, Americans can't eat rice with chopsticks. No. I'm talking like, and again, I like a lot of the Japanese food I've seen. It looks delicious. And I want to learn German and Japanese and French and Hebrew in that order. Now, will I ever have the actual skill to even know one foreign language? Probably not. I did take 3 years of Spanish in high school. I remember none of it. All I can say is I didn't really care for Spanish as a language. It just... I just didn't really get into it. But, yeah, so I didn't stay with it at all. But I don't remember any of it. But I want to learn German, just because I like the way the language sounds. Same with Japanese and French and Hebrew. Though Hebrew is a bit complicated, because at that point, are we talking, you know, Yiddish? Are we talking Greek Hebrew? Or ancient Hebrew? Because, I mean, you have the ancient form of Hebrew that was from way back when. And then you have the Greek form of Hebrew. And then you have the Yiddish, which Yiddish is a mix of Jewish language and German, to a degree. I don't really understand. It's like, another thing is this, languages change with dialects. For example, there's like 40 different American dialects. Like, I'll tell you this, if you stick me in front of somebody from West Virginia, or from fucking Brooklyn, or New Jersey, and expect me to talk to them, I'm not going to understand a word they're going to say. Now I'll say this. I think most people, when they're familiar with different accents, are either going to hear 3 regions. I think mine is considered a Midwestern type accent, but then again, I don't know what accent anybody would consider my speech to be. They would just say, that's just American. You know, that's... But then again, everyone's accent sounds normal themselves. So I don't know how I sound to somebody else. So I know my singing sounds terrible, but I still enjoy singing. That being said, I would say the 3 most common accents that people are probably used to when it comes to America would be people that either talk like me, or people that talk like Applejack from My Little Pony, you know, the South, or people that talk like they're from California. That's my understanding of what's considered the main 3 noticeable dialects or accents that Americans have. Though I don't know if it really counts as an accent because we're speaking our own language. Usually an accent is when you're speaking a foreign language, but your own native tongue and way of pronouncing things affects the way you pronounce it. So technically, there wouldn't technically be any sort of accent for English because it's my native language. It's just the dialect I speak. You know, certain words that are more common, as well as there's certain aspects of words are pronounced a certain way. So I don't think accents really apply. It's just different dialects of the same language. Same way there's like 40 different ways that Americans speak English. And I think over in the UK, heck, I think just in England itself, I think there's usually like 7 different dialects of English. Like, I imagine somebody in Bristol was going to talk different than somebody in, say, London. In the same regard, UK, even though it's kind of one country now, includes, you know, England, Wales, Ireland, Scotland. I'm probably forgetting something. Is there something else in the UK? Also, what's really the difference between UK and Great Britain? Ow, my back. Like, I understand England is like the largest body of land in the UK. But what's the difference between United Kingdom and Britain? I think it would be England is the main body, Britain is all the things that are technically property of England as a nation, and I think UK would be a union of England, Britain, a union of Britain and, you know, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Let's type this in. What is the difference between Britain and the UK? The United Kingdom, popularly abbreviated as UK, is a sovereign nation spread among multiple islands on the coast of northwestern Europe. It consists of the countries of England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Great Britain is a large island on which most of England, Scotland, and Wales are located. Okay, so it's kind of like saying the difference between the mainland US and the whole United States of America. Because technically the United States of America consists of the 48 states in the mainland. There's also Hawaii and Alaska, which are not connected to the mainland. Hawaii being a group of 4 islands, and Alaska being a massive chunk of land on the northwestern part of Canada, basically touching Russia. That being said, there are territories like Puerto Rico and I think Samoa that are technically part of the United States, but not states. Like, I'm pretty sure Puerto Rico is part of, like, it's a U.S. territory, but it's not a state. I think Puerto Rico's past the point where it's allowed to be a U.S. state if it wanted to, and technically if Puerto Rico became an American state, it would gain the ability to have, you know, state representatives, and congressmen, senate, and all that stuff. Plus, it would be United States proper, but they would have to pay more taxes, I think. U.S. territory. Okay, American Samoa, Guam, the Republic of Marshall Islands, the Federated States of Micronesia. I have never heard of that before. Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. I pronounced it correctly. Mariana, not marinara, but Mariana, where the marinara is stretched. The Republic of Palau. Oh, not familiar with that. U.S. Virgin Islands. I'm familiar with that. And Puerto Rico. Okay, Guam and Marshall Islands I have heard of before. I just didn't think of them on the top of my head. Puerto Rico and Samoa were the main things that came to my mind. I have not heard of Micronesia or Palau before. I will also say this. It would be interesting if, like, Jamaica became a U.S. state. Heck, what if Jamaica and, like, here's the thing. How would the people in Jamaica and Puerto Rico feel about each other? Is there any sort of, tension there between those groups of people? I remember one time being at a Walmart. There was, I can't remember, but I think it was a Mexican person and a Puerto Rican person were yelling racial slurs at each other that I didn't even know what they were. And I was like, what's happening? Why do these people hate each other? Then again, I don't understand why anybody hates anybody. I mean, I can understand if somebody's like directly affected you, or if their religion says to kill you or some shit. But I mean, unless somebody's like actively hating you or trying to hurt you, why do you care? Like here's the thing, I couldn't have, like, why would you hate somebody for a different skin color? Now I can understand if there's a group of people that are actively trying to hurt you, or they're yelling at you, or they have some sort of religious belief that says to kill you. Okay, I mean, yeah, you're not hating them for a skin color then. You're hating them because they hate you, and because they're trying to hurt you. But, yeah, I don't know, I think at the end of the day, the biggest reason for racism is just, it's sort of a tribal instinct in humans. People are just sort of geared that way to be, like, aggressive. It's a survival instinct. And, I don't know. Then again, I'm described as not aggressive enough. It's like, what's wrong with Lunar? He's not racist enough. But yeah, I just say I don't fucking get it. Why people would give a shit about that stuff. Unless someone's actively, trying to hurt you. But, yeah, just for straight up, oh, this person looks different. Okay, who fucking cares? But, yeah, I would just think, how would Jamaica feel about becoming a United States of America state? Then again, I've also mentioned the idea, what if the UK, what if the United Kingdom became an American state? Technically, you'd have the provisions of, the Constitution as well as the Bill of Rights. I mean, you'd have England with free speech. You'd have England with the Second Amendment. And people say, what about the whole Queen of England and stuff? I'm like, there's no reason why they can't keep the Queen of England. It's not like the Queen of England has a lot of power, right? I mean, yes, it's a person who is technically rich and has a lot of, pull in terms of popularity with people, but I don't think I don't think the Queen has any legal power, like, over, like, the Prime Minister. It's not like though, I mean, she could give a speech and, like, inspire, the people, but it's not like I don't think there's any people in Europe right now that have actual legal authority as a royal. Like, I don't think monarchs exist anywhere in Europe where they actually have legal authority to, like, command a military or something, right? I could be wrong. Let's go to Google and trust the internet. Probably something you shouldn't do. Trusting the internet. I know we have a lot of people that come here from the Dominican Republic, and that's a place where a lot of Americans go too. But it wasn't listed as an actual territory. Why is that? Dominican Republic shares islands. Haiti. Official language Spanish. Date of independence 1844. Population 11.23 million. Second largest and most diverse Caribbean. Is it Caribbean or Caribbean? Situated just 2 hours south of Miami. Less than 4. Okay. 2 hours south of Miami. Are we talking by plane? By rowboat? By dudes swimming there? Are we talking hypothetical walking distance if there was a sidewalk that stretched all the way from the tip of fucking Florida to an island? I'm just saying this. How do we estimate the time of 2 hours? Like, what is that based on? How are we basing that distance? Like, I understand it's a very common thing here in America to base things off time. We all do it, at least here in America. You know, a person tends to relate how long it takes to get somewhere because we're familiar with, okay, it's a set number of miles, but we're like, okay, this many miles goes through this many cities, and this much is on freeway, and this is where we expect a traffic jam, and like this is, you know, our average expected time, this is the maximum time it should take, here is the amount of time it should take if there's no traffic issues at all, and we have no problems, and we're able to go in a straight shot. And also sometimes if you're making a travel, you know, guess as far as distance, like say if you're traveling multiple states, you're actually going to be figuring in at least the time it would take for if you're planning to stop at a restaurant or a truck stop along the way, because that's time it's going to take out of the trip. And heck, I don't know if you're going to count in time if you have to like spend the night somewhere. I'm just saying, how do we figure 2 hours south of Miami? Like, are we figuring by plane? Okay. Like how are we assuming, how are we figuring out this number? Like, I know sometimes I use my GPS. It'll give me how long I'm supposed to get there by car along the route that I'm going. It'll also tell me the distance. It'll also tell me how long it would take to get there by bicycle. It also tells me how many days it would get there by foot. I'm just saying this. I don't know if like the people of the various islands, you know, to the south of the United States, of like Florida, do they like each other? Like, I know there's a lot of racism in Mexico. Like, there's a big issue between Mexicans that are born of actual Spanish descent from like the conquistadors and those who descended from the natives of that area, and that there's like a lot of racism between that. And that actually, from what I've heard, the racism in that is probably some of the worst racism in the world. Then again, I'm sure if there's anyone living in Mexico, you can let me know, because I've never been to Mexico, and honestly, I don't think I would survive there very well. I mean, I just don't think it would be a safe place for me to be. I just don't think I would. I don't think I would do well in Mexico. I don't think I would survive. Then again, I've also worked with a lot of Mexicans who have come from Mexico, who have just told me a lot of horror stories of their time in Mexico. So, there's that too. I'm just saying, would the people on the islands, like, one, would the people in Mexico like the people in, say, Puerto Rico, or Cuba, or the Dominican Republic, or, I don't know, Florida? That's really close to that area. Like, maybe like kind of saying, how do people in Europe all get along? Like, is there a group of people in Europe that everyone's like, screw those guys? I know at one point the Irish were kind of, you know, a little bit looked down on. So, Then again, obviously, there's some group of people that hates some group of people anywhere in the world. Like, I'm sure there's some group of people out there that actively hates Spanish people, or Italians, or Greeks, or, I don't know, the British, or Russians, or Norwegian people. What are those three main countries? Norway, Finland. Damn it. Like, I know there's three major places in that one area. There's Finland, there's Norway, so you're Finnish, Norwegian. There's a third one, I can't remember what it was. Map. I typed in Mar of Europe. The Mars of Europe. This is fucking bullshit. God damn it. Okay, map of Europe. Like, I know there's a third country in that general area. I can see it in this picture right here, but everything's so small, I can't read that! That map is still too small. Let me make it bigger. It's still too small. Sweet. You'd think that would be easy to remember. Because I think out of all of them, Sweden's usually the one people mention the most. But yeah, Norway, Sweden, and Finland. Norwegian, Swedish, and Finnish. Like, I'm sure there's somebody that hates the people that live there for some reason. I don't know why. It'd be like saying you hate Canadians because it's cold, or you hate hockey. Oh, right, it reminds me of the food thing I was going to say earlier. Like, the thing about the Japanese. Again, this is only... Ow, 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 I stood up and I felt pain. But, like, there was a thing where these people, like, there was a group of Japanese people, and they were served bagels and cream cheese. And the Japanese people were eating the cream cheese with a spoon instead of putting it on the bagels. And they just had disgusted looks of confusion. But then again, how many Americans have literally gone over to, you know, an Asian country and ate a sauce with like a spoon or something? I mean, heck, the way I eat egg rolls. What I'll do with egg rolls is this. I'll cook an egg roll, and then I'll poke holes in the top of it with a fork. And then I'll take the bottle of soy sauce, and I will pour it directly into the holes so that it's inside the egg roll, soaking. Or how about this? I'll cook egg rolls myself. I will wrap bacon around the egg roll and bake the egg rolls wrapped in bacon in the oven. I don't imagine anybody would be like, they're like, yeah, you're fat for a reason, you dumbass. I'm like, yeah, I know. Let's take a look at the map of Europe real quick. Obviously got Iceland, Greenland up there, and UK, and Ireland over there. I'd say Bedfast. It's a major city. London's at the southern part, huh? Huh. I always thought London was more in the center part of the UK. But no, it's actually really close to one of those bodies of water too. Not that it's a fucking island. I'm just saying there's a part that like kind of goes in. And it's like really, really close to where the water is. I don't know if London would be considered beachfront property. Does it? People do not go surfing at fucking London, England. I don't know, maybe they do? I don't know. And then you got France, Spain, Portugal, Switzerland, Italy, Greece, Turkey, Germany, Poland, Austria, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary. All of these are places I'm used to. Amsterdam, you know, basically Netherlands, Belgium, Ukraine. I'd say I'm familiar with all of these countries, except for... Like, I would definitely say I definitely frequently forget about the existence. Not of Denmark, but of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Same way, I look down at, like, Romania and Bulgaria.
I can certainly say I'll forget about them quite a bit. Now Croatia and Albania and Belarus and Moldova. Yeah, I can't say I would remember those places off the top of my head. But that's kind of like take a map of America. I know where Canada is and where Ontario is, but I don't know like which part is Quebec. And I know like Mexico is divided into different sections, and of course there's Latin America between that, and then of course the main thing with South America is you got Brazil, and Chile, Argentina, but that's really all that really comes to mind. Asia, mainly, you know, Russia, Mongolia, China, India, Japan, and I would say the New Zealand islands. I'd say New Zealand I would consider part of Australia. Like all the Indonesian islands, I would really just kind of consider that part of China. I mean, part of Australia. And then of course there's the whole thing with Korea, and, Vietnam, and Thailand, which I guess those would count as Asian countries. But I mean, they're also like really close to that area. But I don't know, like New Zealand, I would consider that Australia. Same regard, I know that take Hercules' Legendary Journeys and Xena the Warrior Princess, the 90s TV shows, those were actually filmed in New Zealand because it was thought that the current state of New Zealand looks like what ancient Greece looked like. Also, it just is a beautiful land. Same regard, but whereas Greece, most of Greece is, well, cities. Now, that being said, I've never been to Greece. Actually, with the exception of going to Canada for like a single day back in like 2000, so 24 years ago, I've never left America. That was like for a single day and just barely crossed, you know, into Canadian, you know, border for some sort of Boy Scout jamboree. For the most part, I've pretty much never left America. That being said, heck, I haven't left my state for like 20 years. So I've not gone further than 200 miles from where I am currently for like 20 years. Now that being said, 2004 I spent a few weeks down in New Mexico. It was cool though. The first day and a half I spent with horrible altitude sickness because my body was freaking out from the change of altitude, because where I currently live it's sea level, and there just the fucking cities are a mile up. And of course I went fucking mountain climbing. So I went another mile higher. So at the very tip top I was at 2+ miles above sea level, at least. And then back in like, I think it's late 2000 or early 2001, I went to Washington DC for like a week or so, which was very interesting. But I imagine between everything that happened in the 2020s, as well as the 9/11 stuff, as well as just the passage of fucking time, I imagine things have changed drastically. And I imagine the DC also, given the fact that I was like, what, 13 years old? Right? You know, I imagine that there was a lot to DC I did not see given the age that I was. Though I did see a lot of very interesting museums, like art museums or museums of history, or museums like Holocaust Museum, or there's a Civil Rights Museum. There's also a museum about aeronautics and science and art and all sorts of interesting things. I got to see a lot of very old cathedrals, which, while I'm not Catholic, I think the churches that they made look very beautiful. I forget what the fuck we're talking about. I think I was talking about like Moses and people bitching about not having cucumbers. I'm just saying, if you're bitching about not eating cucumbers, how fucking hungry are you? How bland is the food you're eating? Like, I understand people's palates were different back then because they didn't have the food being as salty and as fucking sweet as it is now. You know, it's not like we had people drinking fucking Red Bull and eating fucking Pizza Hut and having fucking pie and shit. But I'm just saying, if your favorite food is fucking plain lettuce,
Or if you're saying, oh, how much you miss eating fucking bell peppers or cucumbers or fucking melon. The fuck is wrong? Like, how hungry are you? How terrible is the food you were eating? If you are fantasizing about a fucking cucumber, how fucking desperate do you have to be? And again, like I said, it is fucked up they were bitching and complaining, but again, what kind of society are we living in if you can't complain to the person in charge? That'd be like saying, you know, you're living in a nation and the people feel that the quality of food is terrible. And so they complain to the person who has absolute power and authority of their nation. And then the person gets angry at you for complaining. That'd be like writing a letter to Washington, D.C. complaining about inflation. And then they're like, okay, we're going to poison all your food now. Like, seriously, what the fuck? Like, what kind of society are you not allowed to fucking complain? Like, what kind of society are you not allowed to complain? Are you not allowed to have any kind of free speech? And I understand that was kind of just the norm for all of human history. Heck, take the whole voting thing. It wasn't until, you know, recent times that people were allowed to vote at all. And it wasn't even just like an issue of, oh, certain people could vote, or certain genders. That it was literally at one point it was just nobody could vote. It was just, okay, the rich people decide what the fuck happens. The royalty decides what happens. The priests decide what happens. The average person has no amount of authority or sway in what the world is like. You either do what authority tells you or you die. And I understand to a large degree people that are rich have a lot more power and authority than your average person. But at least nowadays things are more fair and more equal than they ever have been in the past. Now, that being said, are there things to bitch about? Yes, absolutely. But I'm just saying, the idea of even being able to have an elected representative at all, it was just... And then, of course, you have the 1984 stuff, which, I mean, China's actually going into detail on. You know, the whole double-speak thing and redacted stuff. Which, again, I'm not going to go detail on that, just the main point being is this. If you have a country that tells you you're not allowed to protest, and that actually censors the information you get in the mainstream media to basically be whatever you want, and then at some point the law is changed, you know, they can retroactively go back and burn old books or censor stuff in previous newspapers because it disagrees with the current narrative they're trying to feed anybody. At the end of the day is this, and there's a lot of people that just, I mean, heck, I feel a lot of the whole racial tension nowadays is just stuff being engineered by rich people just to make everyone fight each other. Like, I don't understand why people, like, are hateful toward each other. I don't know. Then again, I'm kind of the person that try to advocate of saying that everyone should just be able to talk through their problems if possible. Now, that being said, are there people that deserve to get punched in the fucking face? Yes. But you should try your words first. Punch in the face later. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I feel a bit disappointed by the way a lot of people are toward each other. Heck, there are a lot of people that I actually do listen to online, but I do respect them, and I find a lot of what they say very interesting. But I disagree with a lot of major points that they have. But at the end of the day is this. I can still respect somebody and disagree with a lot of their points. I don't have to agree with everything somebody says in order to be able to have a civil conversation with them, or to understand that some other chunks of stuff they are saying is correct. Now, that being said, I'm my own independent person, and of course I'm going to have my own stances on things. That being said, every reason I have at least has some major reasoning that is personal to me as to why I have it. But yeah, it's just, yeah, that happens with time. As everyone gets older, you have more experiences, and you make basically different feelings and opinions on things based off your own experiences. But what the fuck was I talking about? I'm just saying, people were complaining about not having cucumbers. Like, seriously, there was an Egyptian god story where the Egyptian god was saying his favorite food was fucking lettuce. How can lettuce be your favorite? Like, honestly, how could someone even say their favorite food was salad? Like, oh, at least that would be lettuce and tomatoes and cheese and chopped up hard-boiled eggs and ranch dressing and some bacon and some hot peppers and some banana peppers and some mushrooms and some sausage. No, just plain fucking lettuce. So I know at one point I've said in the past, like, favorite foods of mine at one point, like, oh, I like things like, you know, pizza and stuffing and banana peppers, just because they had very interesting flavors. I liked them. Heck, I like Pepsi a lot more than I like Coke. I drink Coke sometimes, but Pepsi's a lot better. I'll say this. I will never drink a fucking flavored Pepsi. On occasion, I might try like a cherry Pepsi, but I wouldn't care for it. I think it ruins it. But Coke? Sometimes I'll drink a normal Coke, but sometimes I'll drink like flavored Coke, like cherry Coke. But I'll tell you this, in terms of diet sodas, the stuff's fucking gross and disgusting. But I remember at one point Pepsi Max existed. I'll tell you this, fucking decaf soda is fucking gross. If you're gonna have decaf, just drink tea. Decaf tea. Heck, if you're gonna drink decaf, just don't drink tea. Or at least the caffeine with the black teas, okay? Just saying. Pepsi is good, but it has to be cold. It has to be, you know, not flat. It needs to be cold and not flat. And not frozen. It needs to be as cold as possible without turning into a slushie. And it cannot be flat. But in general, I'll say this. Like, there's some gross flavors of Pepsi people come up with, like mango Pepsi or dill pickle Pepsi. The fucking gross shit. Heck, there was a thing with Coca-Cola in the past where people would put fucking salted peanuts. They would empty an entire package of salted peanuts into their Coca-Cola. I even tried it one time, just out of curiosity. Fucking gross and disgusting. But some people loved it. So, I mean, obviously, if they like that flavor, good for them. It's kind of like this. Ice cream. I like lots of ice cream. I don't like the, like, what is it? Butterscotch? What? The butter pecan? The butter pecan, I don't like it. I don't like it. Other people love it. That's good for them. You know, I prefer, like, vanilla or chocolate, strawberry, you know? But Rocky Road's good, too. But butterscotch, butter pecan, it's fucking gross. It's fucking disgusting. But some people like it. That's fine. Good for them. I don't know what we're talking about. Or there's certain mixes of flavors. Like, I like chocolate. I like spicy foods. But I would never, like, there's some people that mix spice and chocolate. That's disgusting. Like, you can't mix a fucking... There's some people that eat chocolate bars or, like, that have red chili peppers inside the chocolate. That's fucking disgusting. I've tried it. It's gross. But some people love it. But here's the thing. As far as I'm concerned, chocolate should never be spicy. And spice should never be chocolatey. I like spicy foods. Even though my body's gotten less tolerant of it, and I probably shouldn't have bought those habaneros. That being said, I like spicy taste. And I like chocolate, but the two together is disgusting. And that's the thing, I was just... But yeah, it's just... I don't know, I'm sure there's... Oh, right, the Japanese cream cheese thing. Again, nothing wrong with the Japanese people. I'm just saying, there's a thing where people in different cultures eat food and they don't really understand how to eat it properly. I'm sure I would make the same mistake if I went to, like, France. Okay, I'm sure there's plenty of food that's considered delicacies there that I would probably eat in a weird way that, one, would probably ruin the experience for me and make it not taste nearly as good as what they would expect me to think it should taste like. And two, I would probably eat it in a weird way or in a weird combination that most people in France would probably find unusual. But another thing is this. There was a person in Canada. They were friends with people in Japan, and so they sent them a gift basket. And one of it was a thing of Canadian authentic maple syrup. And the Japanese people sent back they sent out a gift basket of their own, and they sent a note back. And the notes, one of the things the note said was, the note was very beautifully written, had very polite in it, and it very politely said thank you. And it said thank you, but we couldn't manage to drink a whole glass of that juice you sent us. And that's the thing, they didn't understand that the maple syrup was a topping for sweet pastries, like waffles and pancakes. Instead, they were like drinking it out of a glass, like it was like grape juice, or apple juice, or orange juice. And obviously that's like, oh my god, that's a bit much. Like, I don't understand how, like, as somebody has even tried to like drink straight up honey at one point as an experiment just to see how it affected me. Even I couldn't handle that, and I'm used to more sweet foods. I can't imagine the idea of trying to like drink a fucking shot glass of maple syrup. But yeah, that's the main thing I'm just saying with that. It's just like, it's just, I believe in the Bible. I consider everything that's written in the Bible to have actually occurred, it being an absolute historical fact. That being said, there's lots of shit that's left out, and lots of very ambiguous situations. And lots of situations I disagree with the morality of what occurs. Aside from that, in general, I believe in God, but I don't think there's anything wrong with people being gay. Now, that being said, I don't think there should be any sort of sex or sexuality at all, straight or gay, in churches or schools or around children. Like, basically, if someone's going to do something sexual with a 12-year-old or someone younger, they should get the death penalty. But yeah, you shouldn't have churches that are openly talking about sexuality or sex. That's just because it's a house of God. I mean, it's like, imagine this, a husband and a wife. We can all agree there's nothing immoral about a wife giving her husband a blowjob. But she's not going to be doing it or talking about it at the church pew. And it's not because, ooh, that's sinful. It's just because that would be improper. You're not going to be talking about something sexual in the church, in the house of God, or in a place of education, like a school, or in like a daycare around a bunch of little kids. Like, here's the thing, a teacher can teach classes and shit, but they shouldn't be talking about who they're dating. Like, a dude should be like, yeah, I'm teaching my math class, and then I'm talking about all the hookers I fucked at the fucking bar. Like, no, you're not going to talk about that at the school to your students. Heck, a lot of times, a lot of teachers or places start like doing different stuff on politics and shit, and it's like, you're not there to teach people political affiliations. You're there to teach them how to do calculus and how to do chemistry and perhaps do some physical fitness so we're all not so fat, and how to, I don't know when England was founded, which I don't know. I don't know what year England became England. How many people living in England actually know that? Like, obviously America, okay. Independence 1776. And of course, it started off 13 colonies, spread westward. You know, we had Louisiana Purchase, Florida, a bit of a war with Mexico, and then, of course, spreading stuff on the territories, and then purchasing land. So, I think it was definitely, like, I obviously know some people have disagreed on this, but I think it was very good that we got Hawaii and Alaska. But I'm just wondering, like, it'd be interesting, like, if other places were to become part of America. Like, just, the question is this. One, take again, England. One, would they benefit from more laws allowing more free speech and stuff like that? But two, or like, say, the Second Amendment. Like, what if every person in England was allowed to carry a gun? Then the question is this. Are there any laws or things that are particular to England, or Ireland, or Scotland, or Wales, you know, all of Britain, all of UK, or, say, even in France, or Spain, or Germany, that America would benefit from? So I imagine the main thing anybody would comment here would be universal health care. Because, yeah, I kind of get that one. So I also know there's problems with the universal health care where some people complain about not getting health care at all, because they're just not allowed to get it, where if the people are rich enough, they'll just come to America to pay for it. But again, if anyone out there actually lives in Europe, you can tell me your own personal experiences with that. But aside from, medical care, though, of course, you're still welcome to share information about that, too. Like, if you have multiple paragraphs you want to talk about the healthcare system in Germany, yeah, feel free to share. I want to hear. But aside from that, I also want you to share, other things that, are considered normal in Germany that you think Americans would benefit from. Or if there's things that you know about America that you think that you would benefit from. I don't know. And aside from that, like I said, I'm a Christian, I believe in God, but I don't think hell or torture is okay or acceptable or justifiable. And I don't think it's a sin for people to be gay. And I don't think anyone should be punished in this life or the next, in this world or the next, for who they do or do not believe in. Like if someone's an atheist or believes in another religion, I don't think they should be punished or discriminated against, and I don't think they should go to a hell or anything. Like I don't think they should be punished in this life or the next for who they do or do not believe in. At that point, you're punishing somebody for a difference of opinion. I mean, I think people should have the right to have free will and to think for themselves. What was I talking about? Right. The thing I talked about for like a fucking minute. We're getting distracted. Like obviously, according to the current consensus, is that there's not enough mass in the asteroid belt to even make a fucking planet. But I'm saying this, and there's also people saying that given where Jupiter is, that even if a planet were to occur, the gravity of Jupiter would probably tear it apart. Heck, I might even try it in Universe Sandbox at some point just to see what would happen. Now obviously I imagine if I just put a fucking planet inside the asteroid belt, it'll just instantly get pummeled. And I imagine if I put a planet on either side of the asteroid belt, it would probably start attracting the asteroids to it, again causing a problem. Then there's also the idea that why are the asteroids going on a certain plane? Hell, why are most of the planets apparently on a similar plane to each other? Whereas I know there's some comets and asteroids that go on like a diagonal or perpendicular plane to us, or a different type of skewed, elongated plane to us. And technically our whole solar system is going on an orbit inside our galaxy, and the galaxy itself is moving. And while all these things are taking place at such astronomically high speeds that they're faster than what we can actually understand in terms of human distances, they're also completely, I mean, heck, think of how fast the Earth rotates, and how fast the Earth is going around the Sun, and how the Earth is shifting. Its poles are tilting up and down a bit in the summer and the seasons, as well as different parts of our, orbit are a little bit closer to the Earth and some different. And also over time, sometimes, the tilt for the seasons, or the speed of the rotation, or the speed of the orbit, or the distance of the orbit can change, as well as the condition of the Sun can change in the placement where Jupiter is, because technically where Jupiter is, it can sometimes tug us a bit, but other times it's far enough away where it's, the Sun's having more of an effect and we're getting tugged back in place. So it basically balances out. But the idea being is this. Everything's moving so fast with such force that we don't feel a thing. The fact of the matter is, like if you're in a car going on the freeway, you're just keeping us to constant speed, you don't feel the movement anymore. It's only when you start to slow down or speed up. Heck, there was even a video game talking about the idea of different parts of the Earth having different concentrations of gravity in terms of how much the Earth's gravity is affecting you, or how much the Moon's gravity is affecting you. And obviously it takes more of an effect of the tidally locked moon, affecting things like the tide, and the way the water and the oceans are. But also the idea is that it could mess with, same with solar flares, different amounts of interaction things in terms of affecting electronics, or even affecting the human brain. Like the idea is this. Having a phone next to your head, is that electromagnetic wave having any sort of effect on your brain? Is it possibly going to give you cancer? Is it going to affect the way dopamine and serotonin work? I have no idea. Then again, how much Wi-Fi do we have? Like, obviously my computer is hooked to a Wi-Fi. But here's the thing. Anytime I hook anything up to Wi-Fi, I have like 100 different things of Wi-Fi towers for neighbors that come up as things I could connect to. And I could if I had the fucking password. So we have all these things, as well as the satellites and the power, like the TV and lights, like all these things doing all that. So the question is that having an effect on me at all? Who knows? Heck, people can even argue the music I listen to, the sound waves, does that have an effect on me? I don't know. Could? Might? I don't know. I don't know. End of the day, I simply enjoy listening to music. I'll listen to it to listen to it. Whatever. I don't remember what the fuck I'm talking about anymore. I don't remember. Yeah, it's a thing about, what was it? Fuck, planets. But the idea is this. Heck, even if you put a planet on the inside of the asteroid belt, and even if you put it far enough away where it wouldn't attract any of the asteroids to hit that planet, would the gravity of Jupiter still be strong enough to start to pull that planet toward the asteroid belt? Like, I'm not talking like putting the planet on the side of the asteroid next to Jupiter. I'm talking if you put it far enough inside the orbit to where it's closer to the asteroid belt than it is to Mars. Like, it's in between Mars and the asteroid belt. But also, Zone of the Enders, second render, the Mars trailer. Absolutely amazing trailer. Amazing game, great soundtrack, great gameplay. Heck, there's a thing where you're rescuing a woman. Her name is Ken Marineris, and she is very hot. She's got like long red hair and big tits and a very pretty face and a very athletic figure with nice thighs and a great ass. Anyway, that being said, in the part where you're rescuing her, if you keep going down to where the lava is multiple times, eventually it'll change the in-game picture of her to her being in her underwear. Because, it's too hot and she had to strip down a bit. Main point being is this. It's a great game. The Metatron is too deep. And there's a part where, it's like, Metatron. Civilizations have been born and developed and thrived with the various energies they have found. So where does a power like Metatron lead our civilization? Destruction. Destruction to end all. No! And it's like the universe and human subconscious are willing their own end. Project Almon's purpose is not domination, destruction. The music's awesome, okay? I know I'm poorly quoting everything. But it's hilarious. And it's a great game. And I'll tell you this, I tried to play a little bit on my computer and it just kept crashing and lagging so fucking bad. The fucking thumbnail I used for the part 2 of it said, "Beware, you may crash." It's just, it's a great game, but my computer couldn't fucking do it. But yeah, Zone of the Enders, technically the second game. Though you can buy it as a combination. But it had absolutely amazing graphics and gameplay. It honestly kind of reminds me how Dragon Ball Kakarot plays. But keep in mind, this was a PS2 game. There's also Dragon Ball Sparking Zero coming out, which I'll say some people complain a bit about the saturation colors of that, but it's still interesting. Heck, did you know in the original Dragon Ball Z Budokai, there's a glitch that if you do a Kamehameha and you pause it right as the opponent blocks, you can glitch it past the block, and it actually gives a very unique animation that was never actually intended to exist. It's basically the computer not understanding where the Kamehameha really exists. And so it does a larger superimposed Kamehameha face the other way on top of it. So what you're doing is you're not only glitching your blast past the opponent, but it actually is a stronger attack. Meaning that if you send your Kamehameha at the person and they block, and you glitch it past their block, you actually deal more damage than if they had just stood there and did nothing and didn't block at all. But it only exists on the original Budokai, and I don't know if it exists in the remasters or that. But it was a really cool game. I remember it only went with the Cell Saga because, America really wasn't into the Boo Saga yet. Still those early days. I still like GT. I kind of want the end of Dragon Ball Super to lead into GT, so that we can then have Dragon Ball AF animated. Heck, I still think Demigra from Dragon Ball Xenoverse, he kind of reminds me of Whis from, the Angels of Dragon Ball Super, which then makes me wonder, what if Whis and the other Angels, even the Daishinkan, have a transformation like that of Demigra, the Demon God, from Dragon Ball Xenoverse? Heck, here's the thing. His transformation actually looks like Zarbon's transformation. So what if Zarbon's race in the Dragon Ball world is actually related to the Angels? Like, maybe in just a half-angel breed. And maybe like the Angels and the Demons are actually the same race. I mean, technically that's how that works in real life, right? Right? I mean, there's so many different interpretations of that. Anyway, right, planets. I'm just saying this. One, if you did have a planet on the inside of the asteroid belt, far enough away from the asteroids that didn't, attract the asteroids to it, and was still safely out of Mars's orbit to where it was closer to the asteroids than it was to Mars, would Jupiter still have enough gravity to not only pull that planet apart, but also to yank that planet right through that fucking asteroid belt to it? And even then, what size planets are we talking about? Like, here's the thing. Could we have a planet the size of Earth actually orbiting Jupiter and being not torn apart? Would it be possible to have a planet on the outside of the asteroid belt, far enough away to where the asteroids are not being attracted to it, but far enough away from Jupiter that it is not in Jupiter's orbit or affected by Jupiter at all, to where it is firmly in the orbit of the Sun? In the same regard, like Pluto is where it is because it is very tiny, but also it's very far away. Like the distances between Jupiter and Saturn. Like, here's the thing. I think at one point I was mentioning that the distance between the Earth and the Sun is like 41.5 times smaller than the distance between, and it's either 41.5 or 41.25 or 41.75. But either way, basically 41.5 times the distance between, and it's either the distance, and it's the distance between the Earth and the Sun, as opposed to the distance, or it's between the Earth and the Moon. That's a very big difference. But the difference is between the Earth and Pluto, or Pluto and the Sun. Which again, we're saying X is this certain number. We're saying X is this certain number smaller than Y, where that certain number is either 41.5 or 41.25 or 41.75, and where we're saying X is either the distance between Earth and the Moon or the Earth and the Sun, and Y is either the distance between the Pluto and the Earth or Pluto and the Sun. And those are very, very important distinctions to be made, and I can't remember the exact details. Main point being is this. The distance between the Earth and the Moon is much farther than you imagine, to the point that you can fit many, many moons in between the Moon and the Earth. Heck, I don't know if the Sun figures into this or not, but I know that you can, if you took all of the major planets, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, and lined them all up in between the Moon and the Earth, they would all fit And again, Jupiter is fucking massive. I'm just saying this. If you lined up all of the planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, Mars, Mercury, Venus, and put them all at where the longest part of the planet, the widest part, side by side, you could fit all of those planets between the moon and the Earth. And keep in mind how fucking massive Jupiter is. The fact that you could fit Jupiter between the moon and the Earth, and neither of these three planets, well, Jupiter, the moon, or the Earth would be close to touching each other. Now keep in mind, this would assume that the moon wouldn't be continuing to move. Or Jupiter has all of its how many moons, like 30 or some shit. Obviously that would be, all those moons would be hitting everybody, and of course Jupiter only fit there as moons on its, as moon would be moving, you know, things would probably collide. But the main point is technically you can fit all of the planets in the solar system. And of course, I could be wrong about this. I could be working with erroneous information. I'll say this, I at least with 90% accuracy believe this statement to be true. But I also believe it mainly based off of science textbooks and fucking YouTube videos. But again, I mean, heck, we grew up in school watching Bill Nye the Science Guy. That existed before YouTube videos. Heck, back in the 1800s. In the 1800s, people doubted the validity of reading books. It was also considered that they had a stigma against people that read books, because reading books like novels and even factual books made people more antisocial, and they felt it made them dumber. It made them antisocial. It corrupted them as people. It could even run, and it made them become degenerates. Basically, though I'll say this, that statement's at least fair with TikTok. Though I'd say it's a double-edged sword. I mean, like I said, the internet gives you great deals of information available to everybody, but how much, like 95% of it's porn. And a lot of it can be just crazy people, or dumb people, or people just straight up lying and purposely spreading fucking wrong information. Main point being, it is a great source of information. Same thing with my TikTok. It's interesting, but here's the thing. How much of the information on TikTok is just people being brain dead? Or is it an algorithm? Or is it stuff actually meant to spur some kind of ideology or thought process? Now that being said, the same way people would like say people on the internet are saying really stupid brain rot shit, it's still a very accurate representation of something, because a lot of people will say things that they would never say IRL on the internet, myself included, like complaining about feeling like depressed or sad about stuff. Simply because I don't feel comfortable talking about it. Like, I would never cry in front of people. But I also feel it's important for people to express their feelings, and that it's more important to, like, that people should express themselves. That as long as you're not doing anything that harms you or harms anyone else, you should do that. Like, you should listen to music, you should play guitar, you should learn a foreign language, you should play video games. You should do stuff that you enjoy and stuff that you feel betters your life. And yes, it could improve your life in a way, but while it is nice to learn a new skill or something, the main thing is it's nice to have a creative outlet that is a good way that can enrich your life and make you feel better. It's definitely a better response than people who become overwhelmed with their depression. Now, is this a surefire way to, be a solution? No. Different things work for different people. And no matter what, even if it does work for you, I would still suggest seeing an actual primary care doctor as well as a therapist if you can. And again, with the Bruce Wayne thing, if I was a fucking billionaire, I'd have like a dozen fucking therapists. But beyond that is this. If I was a fucking billionaire, yes, I'm concerned about the fucking crime and shit in the past. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm going to be doing? I'm going to be just enjoying my life. I'm not going to be spending all my money to train to fight fucking 10-foot crocodile people in the fucking sewers, covered in shit. I am going to be like, well, to be honest, I'm not really that. Like, I'm not going to be like having a fucking yacht or some shit. I would probably just still be playing video games and guitar and shit. But yeah, I would definitely be doing... I would never have to worry about rent, which is definitely getting to be a bit of a concern, but hey, that'll be fine as long as I start working very soon. But main point being, I'm just saying this. If I was a billionaire, I definitely would not be fighting fucking crime or even trying to take on some sort of rogue totalitarian government or some shit. Like, it's like, yes, it sucks for other people, but let's be clear. If I was rich, I'm not helping people. Like, I'm not going to lie and say, oh, I'm going to be some sort of saint. I'm not a saint. I am going to just live a comfortable life. That's it. I will play fucking, like, granted, I would own more than one guitar. And I'd probably have a keyboard. And shit. And maybe a better computer. And maybe a proper fucking chair to sit in, rather than like literally I just sit on a fucking metal folding chair. I am naked, sitting on a pillow that is folded up on top of a metal folding chair in front of my bed, where there is another metal folding chair on top of my bed, in which my laptop is on the metal folding chair. And then on a third metal folding chair over there, I have a box fan. My TV is over there next to the bed on a couple green tubs that have old clothes in them. I have a fucking blackout curtain and a old blue blanket fucking thumbtacked and duct taped to the wall over my window. I have like a dozen fucking notebook pieces of paper scotch taped to the wall behind me with writing all over them. And even though my front and back doors are locked in my house, I still have alarms set. I still have my bedroom door locked with a fourth metal folding chair sitting in front of it and some iron dumbbells on the ground in front of it, and that door is locked. I also have a compound bow, so if anyone were to come in, I could just shoot them with a fucking arrow meant for deer. Oh, like, oh, you're what? You're wearing a bulletproof vest? Doesn't matter. This shit will pierce that. Everyone's like, you're just really paranoid. I'm like, yes, I understand that. Everyone's like, why don't you have a proper gaming desk? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if I was rich, I'd ever get one. But at that point, I'm like, why not? Heck, I'd probably have an actual proper gaming setup. But at the same time, like, it's not like anybody ever comes over here. Aside from maintenance, people that have to, like, work on the fucking vents and shit for, you know, maintenance and shit. I mean, my son and my mother are the only people that really come over here. My mom was here for 3 days and 3 nights when I had that bladder surgery. And, like, the doctors were telling me recently, okay, if it ever starts acting up again in terms of my bladder working properly, that I would probably need to have the full-on, proper, more, you know, intrusive surgery that would require like 6 weeks of recovery. And I'm like, I really don't want to do that. It sounds like a fucking horror movie. And even then, I don't think I think I would die during that surgery. Like, my body didn't really respond very well during the lesser surgery. So, given that, I don't think I would have survived the more extensive one. Also, my ear is itchy. I'm just saying this. What if you had a planet, hypothetically, inside the fucking solar asteroid belt? Let's just say there wasn't let's just say there isn't an asteroid belt. Let's say the asteroid belt doesn't fucking exist. And there's just a planet there. Does Jupiter tear it apart? Heck, what if you had a planet on the inside of the solar system, this asteroid belt, or the outside of it? Or you put a planet Earth-size in orbit around Jupiter, or Saturn, or Uranus, or Neptune, as a moon. Would it be possible to have it close enough that it wouldn't, you know, fly off, but also wouldn't crash into the planet? But here's the other question, is this. Could you put an Earth-sized planet in the location of the asteroid? And yes, it would probably be having collisions and shit. And nothing would be able to live there. Even if there were things that were able to live in that type of gravity and that type of temperature. Just from the fucking asteroid impacts. But I'm just saying, a planet that size, or even a quarter that size, if it were in the location of the asteroid belt, actually in the asteroid belt, or if it were inside our solar system, or let's say if it was the outside of this. Let's say, what if it was on, like in between Jupiter and the asteroid belt, or in between Jupiter and Saturn, or in between Saturn and Uranus, or in between Uranus and Neptune, or in between Neptune and Pluto. And I might be getting the order of Uranus and Neptune wrong. And let's say whether it was a planet the size of the Earth, or a planet double the size of the Earth, or quadruple the size of the Earth, or half the size of the Earth, or a quarter the size of the Earth. If there were a planet on any of those places, or heck, even one on an orbit outside of Pluto, if hypothetically there was one, would it be able to survive the gravity environments? Like if you put a planet in between Saturn and Jupiter, even if it was like directly in between them, would it have a stable orbit? Would it be torn apart by the two gas giants? Would it affect the gravity of the two gas? Like, would it move Jupiter or Saturn out of place? Like, yeah, obviously, let's say if it gets attracted to Jupiter, the planet itself would basically be ripped toward Jupiter. But would Jupiter get moved a few miles out? Or a few thousand miles further out? And of course, if Jupiter got moved like that, would it affect Saturn? What would happen if, say, Saturn and Jupiter merged? In terms of mass. Now, obviously, I could just crash them into it, but also I could just, Universe Sandbox, I could just look at the mass of Saturn, and then look at the mass of Jupiter, and just add that. And just see what happens. And then I'd also get to see what happens with Jupiter with the additional mass of Saturn, what effect it would have on the actual Saturn, or on the asteroid belt. Also, here's the thing. Why is the asteroid belt and all those things on the plane is? Why is it not, like, perpendicular or diagonal? Why is it orbiting in that particular way? And that brings up another thing. Not just, what if there was a planet on those orbits between, say, Saturn and Jupiter? But what if it was in that distance of orbit, but what if it was on an angle? What if it was diagonal? What if it was completely perpendicular? One, not only is there the idea of what effect would it have on the rest of the solar system, but here's the idea. Especially, say, Earth's orbit. What if there was another planet directly on Earth's orbit? And I don't mean the whole negative Earth thing that you see in comics, where it's like literally on our plane, and it's literally on the exact opposite of the sun from us, so that no matter where we are, we can't see it. Though, of course, we would have bypassed that by now with satellites that can exist in a place where Earth is not. But the idea that, okay, you're directly on Earth, you can't see this other planet that has its own Earth and moon that's always blocked by the sun. No, what I'm saying is this. What if there was a planet with an orbit that was 100% perpendicular to our orbit to the sun, but was literally on the exact orbital distance from us? One, would it ever hit us or have an actual effect on our gravity or on our orbit? So even if it never actually hit us, at what point would it actually exert a force on us? And what would be the longest amount of time? Like, obviously there are some places you could place that orbit and have it start where it would actually crash into us much sooner. But what would be the point in which you could have a planet the same size as Earth, with the same distance orbit, with the same speed orbit? And even then, what if it orbits faster? What if it orbits slower? And I mean, in order to affect Earth, it'd have to be close to our actual horizontal plane of orbit, while we're somewhere around that same area. But the idea is this. Aside from the fact of, one, having a planet in any of those potential orbits, what effect it could have on the solar system. Ignore all that. Ignore all the hypotheticals of the effects it would actually have on the solar system and go more along this idea. Would we be able to see it? The question is this. I feel it would go either way. Like, I feel that there would be scientists, and again, if you're a scientist, why the fuck are you listening to me? I'm a random nobody on YouTube who I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. That being said, aside from the fact you're listening to this complete dumbass that I am, my question is this. How likely would we be able to see it? Like, all the people that we have surveying the skies and looking out with their telescopes and the professional installations and even our satellites. How much of this, like, I've heard the joke say that we only see 3% of the night sky and that we have a better understanding. Like, and then there's questions that also we don't even understand how, like, we haven't even fully mapped our own fucking oceans yet. And we can't really say we understand a whole lot about the planets or even our own moon. Or even properly how the sun properly works. All of its conjecture, because, yeah, it's not like we've been able to cut a fucking star open and look inside. It's not like we can, like, you know, saw, you know, the Earth in half and see the actual core of the planet. A lot of things are just straight up conjecture because you have to have, you know, an educated guess based on the facts that we have. And then you run experiments to try to, you know, prove those facts. And of course, you keep an open mind. You understand that, hey, there's a chance you can prove it wrong. But at the same time, it could also mean that if you prove it wrong, well, are you still misunderstanding the question? Is your math flawed? Is a fact you're relying on incorrect? Is an instrument you're using flawed? Is your reasoning flawed? Like, there's so many things that could be wrong. Hey, there's one point where we, like, I personally prefer the imperial system to the metric system. But if you're going to plan something, you have to plan it with system and then keep with that system. There was a space probe or something that was designed, I think, with either imperial or metric, and it was built to the other one. So it completely, like, they were programmed and built off of different specifications. And it just, yeah, you can't do that. Like, it's, like, there's nothing wrong with any, you know, system of unit of measurement as long as it's accurate. And as long as you use one system of measurement for what you're doing. You can't, you know, you can't program something in meters and then build it according to feet. You have to, like, there's nothing wrong with either unit of measurement, but you have to program and build accordingly, or else it's just going to explode. Same regard. Like, again, safety tests are good, because if you're going to have, like, an oxygen leak or a hull breach on, like, a fucking spaceship, it better happen on Earth than in outer space. Because it's going to be not only a lot easier to fix on the Earth, it's also going to be a lot more possible and less deadly. But the main point is this. If there were a planet in between Saturn and Jupiter that had an orbit around the Sun that was not being affected by Jupiter or Saturn and had a completely stable orbit between those planets, would it be easy with our current level of technology to find that planet? Or would it be difficult? Or would it be somewhere in the middle? Like, I feel like most scientists would be one of either extreme. They would either say it would be very easy to, that if hypothetically there were such a planet on such an orbit, that it would be very easy for us to find. And that that if it suddenly existed today, it would be found tomorrow. Whereas there could be other people saying that it is very likely that we could have overlooked it, that we could have just kept missing it. After all, space is incredibly big. Same regard, if there was... And again, I feel like it would be, on one hand, easier to find a planet on the inner part of the solar system, but I would also say any planet on the inner part of the solar system would probably be smaller than Earth. But like I would say, hypothetically, there was a planet the size of Earth between the Sun and Venus, the Sun and Mercury, or between Mercury and Venus, between Venus and Earth, or between Mars and Mars, or between Mars and the asteroid belt, I feel those would be the easiest to find. Whereas if you had a planet the size of even double the size of Earth, anywhere in the outer part of the solar system, I think that would be difficult to find. But again, I feel like there would be scientists that would say each way. Again, it took me like 2 hours of... Right, it's probably been 2 hours. OBS, where are you at? 4 fucking hours! Jeebus! Let's look up the Aristotle thing while we're at it. Aristotle, rhetoric, J.H. Fries. Oh, like Gon from Hunter x Hunter. It's the same person that did Yu Hakusho. He's actually married to the person that did Sailor Moon. Chapter 15, you say. Rhetoric 1.15. Following on what we have just spoken of, we have now briefly to run over what are called the inartificial proofs, for these properly belong to forensic oratory. These proofs are 5 in number: laws, witnesses, contracts, torture, and oaths. Let us first speak of the laws, and state what use should be made of them when exhorting or dissuading, accusing, or defending. For it is evident, if the written law is counter to our case, we must have recourse to the general law and equity, as more in accordance with justice, and we must argue that when the diecast takes an oath to decide the best of his judgment, he means that he will not abide rigorously by written laws, that equity is ever constant and never changes, even as the general law, which is based on nature, whereas the written laws often vary. This is why Agitone of Sophocles justifies herself for having buried Polynices contrary to the law of Creon, but not contrary to the unwritten law. For this law is not of now or yesterday, but is eternal. This I was not likely to infringe through fear of the pride of any man. And further, that justice is real and expedient, but not that which only appears just, nor the written law either. But it does not do the work of the law, that the judge is like a slayer of silver, whose duty is to distinguish from spurious from genuine justice. That is the part of the better man to make use and abide by the unwritten law rather than the written law. Again, it is necessary to see whether the law is contradictory to another approved law or to itself. For instance, one law enacts that all contracts should be binding, while another forbids making contracts contrary to the law. If the meaning of the law is equivocal, we must turn it about and see in which way it is interpreted so as to suit the application of justice or expediency, and have recourse to it. If the conditions which led to the enactment of the law are now obsolete, while the law itself remains, one must endeavor to make this clear and to combat the law by this argument. But if the written law favors our case, we must say that the oath of the diecast to decide the best of his judgment does not justify him in deciding contrary to law, but is only intended to relieve him from the charge of perjury, if he is ignorant of the meaning of the law, that no one chooses that which is good absolutely, but that which is good for himself. That there is no difference between not using the laws and their not being enacted, and that in the other arts there is no advantage in trying to be wiser than the physician, for an error on his part does not do so much harm as the habit of disobeying the authority. That to seek to be wiser than laws is just as forbidden, is just what is forbidden in most approved laws. Thus much for the laws. Witnesses are of two kinds, ancient and recent. Of the latter, some share the risk of trial, others are outside of it. By ancient I mean poets and men of repute whose judgments are known for all. For instance, the Athenians, in the matter of Salamis, appealed to Homer as a witness, as recently as the inhabitants of Tenedos, Periander, and Corinth against the Sigians. Xenophon also made use of the elegiacs of Solon against Critias to prove that his family had long been notorious for licentiousness. I don't remember the word, meaning of that word. Otherwise, Solon would never have bid me, the fair-haired Critias, listen to his father. One should appeal to such witnesses for the past, but also to the interpreters of the oracles for the futures. Thus, for instance, Themistocles interpreted the wooden wall to mean that they must fight at the sea. Further to Proverbs, as stated as evidence, for instances, if one man advises another not to make a friend of an old man, he can appeal to the proverb, never do good to an old man. And if he advises another to kill the children after having killed the fathers, he can say, foolish is he who, having killed the fathers, suffers the children to live. And I think a lot of times this same method of ideology was carried on in the old Hebrew traditions. That one, people, say in the times of Jesus, would, one, try to use proverbs and, as far as parables, as Jesus did, but also they would refer back to history and the scriptures, which in many cases would be regarded as the same. For example, if you were trying to argue a certain point, you would use scripture, and you would cite things about the life of Abraham or Moses or David, or in modern times even using the life of Jesus as basis of your reasoning. For example, if you're trying to have a discussion with someone who is of a certain religious faith, you would want to try to use ideologies and beliefs and writings by those that they believe in. For example, I would say if you were discussing with someone who is a Christian, you would use something from the Bible. Though I would also say that you should go and have a discussion about stuff that doesn't include that. But using the Bible would be advantageous, though it also comes with great risks. One, usually most Christians should have read the entire Bible and studied a bit, though there are many Christians who have never read the Bible at all and will literally just go to church because they were told to or because it's popular. That's, I think, true of most people. And of course, some religions are very strict and very close-minded to the point that just trying to discuss it with them, even from a place of trying to be respectful, could be met with great aggression and if not violence. Now, I would say this. Even as a Christian myself, it would be ill-advised for myself to try to voice a major disagreement with a preacher. Simply because not only do they have to make their entire life about studying the Word, but also it is in their best interest to be right. Not only are they probably not only someone who's studied the Word their entire life, but they of course have very strong personal convictions to a certain belief, which means even if you are correct in your argument against them, they will have a strong bias against it simply because it's a belief that they have held in such strong, high regard for such a long period of time. So even if there were no outside pressure, their own personal beliefs on it may make them much more closed to listen and much more likely to be combative. The other thing is this: a preacher usually survives by what his congregation thinks of him, what society thinks of him. His congregation, for example. In order for a preacher to have enough money to fund his own life, I mean, most preachers don't have jobs, at least most preachers I've met, and their life is they study the Word and they preach, and they collect tithes and offerings, and the money from those tithes and offerings pay for the church, they pay for the life of the pastor as well as his family, because in most Protestant churches, the preachers are married and have children. And of course, they have to have some means of taking care of their wife and taking care of their children. And so in addition to be able to take care of themselves, their wives, their children, as well as the affairs of the church, electricity, taking care of the building, the maintenance, they also may want to put money into things like taking care of the poor, or the homeless, or helping out with a church. Another church getting started, or helping a hospital for people to have proper care. Or heck, if you were talking about medieval times, the church might be helping to make sure there's people to defend the city from crime. Or you might even have, try and help out a farmer so everyone has food. Or it might help send money toward, a mission to send people to a faraway land to spread the word of God. And then, of course, the other thing to keep in mind when it comes to tithes is this. Originally, when the church came about, the church was the government. Initially, there wasn't even a king. Your word, like when time of Moses, Moses was in charge of it. Moses was the leader of the people. And even in times later, the prophets held a good deal of authority and sway over the people. Well, at least until the whole thing with Babylon and Assyria. And of course, Persia and Greece and Rome. So they have less political authority. But I would say, like, during the time of King Saul, the prophet Samuel was held in extremely high regard. Heck, for a long time before Saul was made the first king, and before that, Samuel was telling, hey, you're probably better off not having a king because people, humans are corruptible. You're going to have kings who are going to abuse the power. And they're like, yeah, no, we want a king. Which again, there's reasons for that. One, it's more similar to what other nations were doing and people, peer pressure in a way, but also is the fact that a king is going to be more relatable to the average person in the regard that wanting to live a life a certain way and wanting to pursue certain things and being less strict about morality. Yes, the king is going to tax people and be a bit of more of a financial burden on people and likely to put people more to war and shit like that. But he's also less likely to be strict about religious laws and codes of edict and more open to understanding of things. Though, of course, later kings, went as far as worshipping like Moloch and Baal and Dagon, and openly like sacrificing children and lighting people on fire and human sacrifice. Well, lots of shit like that. That being said, there are a lot of the old school laws, old school being a weird way to refer to it, that are very, extreme. Like, basically, there was no law against slavery. Granted, you had this stuff about Jubilee and all that, but still, you had certain laws against, basically slavery was allowed, there was laws encouraging racism, genocide, and how to properly, pillage and murder and rape people. And again, it's just, at the end of the day, a lot of these laws were set up based not off of morality or ethics. They were based off of how do you make a nation as powerful as possible. It was more so set up as a honorable way of doing a Machiavellian strategy before any of that Machiavellian existed. And the idea is this, it's not really assuaging that doing bad things are moral, it's that it's effective. And that's the idea that a lot of the laws, the way the government, for actually any government that actually became powerful and became an empire, they did bad things because they were efficient. And usually the ones that didn't wound up, declining in power until they were eventually destroyed or enslaved. Which is honestly just really fucked up. But regardless of my own personal opinions, that doesn't change history. Fact is fact, regardless of how I feel about it. That being said, it's still fucking depressing. And it's fucked up. But the main point is it's a system that's based on efficiency. That hypothetically, if Israel had actually followed every single one of those rules, they would have basically become an all-powerful empire. That being said, it's fucked up because a lot of those rules are not very moral. And then, of course, there's lots of rules that can be considered moral that have nothing to do with that shit, but it was just extremely strict. And of course, there's people, every group that are hateful. I mean, like, there are people that hate every group of people, and there's people that take their own beliefs as some sort of justification to basically be bigoted, hateful to others. At the end of the day, I'm more so personally ascribe to the idea of the Hippocratic Oath. The idea that people should try to do the least amount of harm to other people as possible. That, especially when it comes to a doctor, you should be trying to live as a doctor in a way that you don't harm, that you're trying to do the most good. And of course, there's lots of gray areas like euthanasia. And like I said, I mean, I can understand there are people that are in horrible, horrible pain with terminal illnesses that they can't survive from. And there's nothing that can be done to help them. And of course, there's a difference between drugging them to the point that they're comfortable the rest of their lives, or, you know, euthanizing them. Like, there's a difference between taking a cancer patient that's in horrible pain and giving them enough morphine that they're in a somewhat bearable lifestyle, or giving them enough to kill them. But again, different people have different amounts of pain from different illnesses. And in the days, as I understand, there would be certain conditions that, at that point, death would be considered preferable. I just go with the concept that it should always be the last resort. That there should never be somebody who's physically healthy who gets fucking put to death. There should never be a situation where there's a person who's physically healthy and not in physical pain, where they are, you know, euthanized. And of course, there might be some outlying exception to this, but at the end of the day, it's like, there should be some sort of treatment that avoids that situation. There should be a way to help people that doesn't cause them any harm, that, you know, makes the situation better for them. Because after all, shouldn't that be the overall goal, to help people, to make their lives better, to avoid, and also you don't want to, like, do any harm to people that would cause a long-term issue. Like, for example, you wouldn't want to, like, do an, like, obviously you do have to cut into somebody to do an appendectomy. Like, if someone's appendix is inflamed and explodes, it will kill them. So, if there's no way to use a, like, if you can give someone a pill or something that makes their appendix calm down from whatever infection's causing shit, and avoid cutting them open, that's good. But at the same time, if you have to cut someone open to remove an appendix before it bursts and kills them, that's understandable. But you should definitely know enough what you're doing that you don't accidentally, say, damage the person's kidneys, to where they will either die of kidney damage or have to be dependent on medication for their kidneys. Which, again, I don't know if any such person exists. But I'm saying that it is understandable that sometimes a surgery is required. But I mean, here's the thing. For example, lobotomies. I think a lobotomy is disgusting and is never, ever, ever justifiable. As far as I'm concerned, giving someone a lobotomy is worse than committing murder. Again, I understand the person who did it. They invented it with the intention of wanting to help people. It was invented with the intention of doing good. That was the intention. But I disagree with the application of it. Like, I understand that the person who created the thing, they meant well. They were wanting to help. And I don't think that person should be hated in history in any way for that regard. They meant well. But it's just, it isn't well. It's worse than committing murder. As far as I'm concerned, giving someone a lobotomy is worse than murder. Now, of course, do I hold any personal grudge against my person? No, because I've never met anyone who's ever been lobotomized. That being said, my understanding of it is it's extremely barbaric and causes permanent damage to the person, that you're basically killing who they are as a person. You have basically destroyed everything about them that made them special, everything that made them unique, everything that basically allowed them to pretty much have a soul.
And regardless if you're someone who believes in the physical existence of an actual soul, or if you're someone who is a complete atheist and believes in nothing supernatural or ghosts or whatever, I think both groups of people, whether you believe in the existence of ghosts or if you're a person who's a complete atheist, heck, there's probably people that are atheists who don't believe that there's any sort of God, but believe there are supernatural beings. Like I said, there's many different layers to that. But I would say, regardless of your religious belief, whether you have a strong religious belief or you have no religious belief, regardless if you believe there's a supernatural or no supernatural, I think most people could agree that the process of a person having a lobotomy is absolutely barbaric, and it's gross, and it's a horrendous harm of a person, and everything that they were capable of being. Like, I feel it's worse than committing murder. Same way, like if you were to go up to someone and against their will force them to smoke meth, like that's causing major damage to their brain. Like if you're doing anything that's causing major permanent damage to a person's brain or something that allows them to function as a human being. Like, for example, I understand, especially in the past, it was necessary to amputate legs and shit. You know, gangrene, infections, and many times the person would still die. Though it's also fucked up, a lot of times they didn't really have anesthetic properly. Like, I would say this, if the only thing you had available for anesthetic was like heroin, then yes, you give them the fucking heroin. Because you're gonna be cutting someone's leg off. That's fucking horrible. There's no way you can possibly expect them to deal with that pain. In the past, it was usually just bite down this fucking rag after drinking a fucking bottle of whiskey. And even then, that wouldn't be numbing the person's pain. Like, I can't imagine someone being drunk enough that it would even be tolerable to endure something like that. I would still imagine that would be such horrific screaming pain. And even then, how do you deal with pain management long term? Even if you had proper medications. And even then, a lot of times there'd be infections, people just die from that. Heck, people could just die from the shock of it. And then there's also the fact of the matter is this. If you're giving someone that much alcohol, like, are you damaging their liver? Like, regardless of the person's been a light or heavy drinker or even completely sober their whole life. That much alcohol in someone's body? I mean, there's a good chance they could just die of alcohol poisoning. Plus, they're losing blood, and there's the shock and the system, and they could have a heart attack. Like the mortality rates of this shit is ridiculous. But I'm just saying this, if someone's hurt, amputating a fucking body part should be considered the absolute last resort. Like, I'm a person that feels that, in general, unless it's like necessary to save the person's life, you should not be cutting or damaging or removing human body parts. Now, that being said, there are of course exceptions to that, like cancer. And of course there's many different examples. Every situation is unique, and everyone's, you know, whether or not you do something or not, that's something to discuss with your doctor. But like I say, if you're having a problem with your foot because of diabetes, you might need to get that cut off. And I'll say this, that would be horrific. I would certainly not want to lose my foot. But I'm just saying, it's like, it should always be an absolute last resort. Like, there should be a way to help somebody without killing them and without removing body parts. But again, I mean, there are some times where it's necessary, like take your tonsils and adenoids. Or say when someone's young, a lot of kids nowadays have to have tubes put in their ears. Otherwise they'll go deaf. It's like, usually what happens is a lot of babies will start to get fluid and start building inside their eardrums. And you have to have a small microsurgery to put tubes in a person's eardrum. And if you don't do, and of course over time, you know, the tubes just sort of fall out on their own, and it's perfectly fine, and it has no long-term problems whatsoever, and has a very low chance of anything ever going wrong, and is one of the most common surgeries that happens. And if you don't do it, the person's going to be deaf their whole life, and they're going to lose the ability to hear. And again, that's horrible. Like, I think everyone should be able to see and hear. Like, I think the idea of a single, like, I understand the idea is human race is supposed to endure pain and war and suffering because it allows the human race to, you know, evolve After all, the idea of God not being overly involved in the human race is one, not to impede on free will and to allow the human race, because it'd be like a parent being overly protective of a child and overly doing everything with a kid. But at the same time, there are certain lines that have to be drawn. And like, I don't care if it impedes the development of the human race. There should never be a single murder or rape to ever occur. The suffering of a single person under those circumstances does not justify the evolution of mankind. Same way, all the fucking atrocities that have occurred in war, or the people that have had horrible diseases, or hell, there should not be a single person out there who is blind or can't hear. Like, how much amazing music is out there? Like Tool and Perfect Circle. Let alone the idea of being able to hear your friends and family and your parents and your children say, I love you. To be able to talk to other people, to be able to hear them. To be able to hear amazing music. To hear the sounds of birds chirping. No person should be, slighted that. Everyone should have that available. Everyone should be able to hear. Same way seeing. Like, you should be able to see the trees and the clouds, and your parents and your children, and your friends, and those you love. You should be able to watch an awesome anime and see really cool art. And now, of course, granted, there are people who are both deaf or blind who have been able to play instruments and stuff, but of course, the incredible difficulty that puts on a person. And even then, imagine someone who had wanted to be an artist who's blind. Imagine someone who's a musician who's deaf from birth. And then, of course, imagine somebody who's both deaf and blind. At that point, they're just existing in a fucking hellish void. You can't see anything, you can't hear anything. You're basically cut off completely from everyone. I mean, in general, isolation is not good for the human mind. And that's the thing. I don't think anyone should be forced into a situation like that. No one should be, missing an arm or a leg. No one should be blind. No one should be deaf. No one should be, in a situation where they're dependent on a wheelchair. And of course, there's many people that are, and it's good that they at least have that option to have the wheelchair available to them. But it's fucking horrible that they have to go through that. I wouldn't want to go through that. But I'd say that's the major thing when it comes to a lot of those things. It's just an issue of, you should want to do the most good. It's just, it doesn't, no matter how much humanity is evolved, no matter how much we've made amazing technology or gone to the moon, or made incredible medications, and of course, yes, there's breakthroughs in medication that are made, like penicillin. Well, that was to help people with polio. And it's amazing that humanity came to the point that we understood to make things like penicillin, or understand how microbiology works, or the ability to make antibiotics. But none of those diseases that require the antibiotics should have ever existed in the first place. All of the people that have died or suffered horrifically because of all those diseases caused by, bacteria or viruses that shouldn't have never even existed. And yes, it's amazing that humanity is able to evolve to make vaccines and antibiotics and medications and things like penicillin. That's amazing that we've been able to figure out how to do that. But the incredible achievements of mankind of understanding how to make penicillin isn't worth all the people that died of penicillin before. And of course, it's amazing that we made penicillin, and it's awesome because not only is it a proof of human ingenuity and invention and creativity and the ability to understand and to learn new things and for us to grow, but also because of all the people from that point on that it saved, all the lives that it was able to restore, and all the people that it could save, and all the people who would never have to understand that pain and hardship of the people of the past. That being said, it doesn't justify all the people that died in the past. Like, it'd be like we have medication for stuff like typhus. But at one point in the past, it was possible that there would be a family that would have lost 5 children to typhus. Like, there should never be a situation where a parent loses a child. There should never be a situation where your family winds up dying early. Like, people shouldn't be having brain aneurysms or strokes or heart attacks. People shouldn't be blind. People shouldn't be deaf. And again, any of the people suffering these things still have the same value as a person. All I know is that that situation is horrible. Like, I would know I would be suffering greatly like that. And it's just, there's all these amazing things that I enjoy with my eyesight and my hearing that I couldn't imagine not having as anything other than just hell. And in the same regard, like, I don't think the idea of torturing people is justifiable in any situation. And I don't think hell is justifiable. Like, one, an eternal punishment, even if it's just saying you get purged from reality. For what? For not having the correct opinion, for not believing the correct God, for not following some arbitrary law about what kind of clothing you should wear or what you should eat. I mean, one thing, like, okay, you're doing something immoral that's hurting someone, like you're going out and murdering a bunch of people. But if it's like, oh yeah, you didn't have the right opinion about something, or you wore the wrong color clothing, or you didn't attend church often, or you didn't attend the correct church, or oh, you didn't pay enough tithes, that sort of thing. Tithing, originally, the church was the government, so tithes were your IRS payments. After all, that's how you were giving to the government for the nation to survive. And then, of course, you might say, what about the time of, the Roman occupation, which, the Jews were underneath Romans. And the idea is, and Jesus said, well, give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar, give unto the church, give unto God what belongs to God. But also, it was very important for a practical sense, because, again, Israel was a nation that needed to have some amount of, community with itself. They needed some amount of funding to be able to function. Same way with the early Christian church. It needed to have some amount of money in order to function, to build churches, and to go on. But then the day is this. It's basically a tax, and it's based on, and whether or not you pay that tax or not, it depends on this. Do you like the church you go to? Do you want it to succeed? Okay. But if there isn't a church that you care about their electricity bill, then that's up to you. But at the end of the day, it's not like God is going to, not be able to pay the electricity up in heaven because you didn't tithe. At the end of the day, the only person who's benefiting is that church and the preacher and perhaps the community. So the question is there a church that you believe in strongly enough that you want that church to thrive? You want them to succeed. It's kind of the idea of giving to a charity. Do you care about the cause? Simply put is this. By giving to a church, you're saying you want the church to be in better condition, you want the church to keep having services, and of course I'll say this, if you are attending a church regularly, you should give some money to them. But again, you should only do so if you believe in the cause of that church, if you want it to succeed, if you respect that pastor, if you respect that church, and if you want to keep going. And again, of course, to each their needs. I know with the economy, a lot of people are struggling more and more, and you have to make decisions about what you can afford, and of course your rent and stuff is going to be very important. Again, you have to, what are your priorities? And your priorities should be just, getting by. But at the end of the day, everyone's got the different reasons for things. My main thing is this. A lot of churches are just way too judgmental on this shit. Now, of course, yeah, you should dress respectfully when you go to a church. You shouldn't be wearing a bunch of Hot Topic shit. And you shouldn't be talking about a bunch of inappropriate shit or stuff that's personal. You're there to talk about the Bible and to praise God and to pray. You're not there, to talk about like marijuana or some shit. You're not there to sell shit. You're not there to make money. You're not there to do anything debaucherous. And again, I'm not saying, smoking weed is a sin. I'm just saying
you shouldn't be doing in the church. Same way, people shouldn't be trying to have sex in church. Or talking about it, regardless of whatever sex it is. At the end of the day, it's a holy place. You shouldn't be talking about anything that's not holy there. It doesn't mean that your interest in the Fallout, like here's the thing, I like Fallout video game. I think it's cool. Granted, I hope there's never an actual nuclear apocalypse. That would be horrible. Also, in real life, I wouldn't be going around, you know, fighting raiders and shit. It's literally that. What's the life of the person in the video game? You're going around murdering everyone and stealing at all times. That's it. Your life is being bitten by giant radioactive bugs while you're constantly sick, sleeping on a fucking old 200-year mattress in the fucking rain, while you're constantly having hypothermia, constantly sick, surrounded by people that perhaps did not have the greatest upbringings, where everything is constant anarchy and war. Everything's radiation. There's no electricity proper. You don't have Nintendo or anime, or air conditioning, and everything's sick and gross and radiated. And your entire life, if you're a successful person, is you are going from abandoned place to abandoned place, murdering hundreds of people while being shot at and being attacked by giant Komodo dragon lizards called Death Claws. That's like a velociraptor ate a fucking cow. It's a fucking horrible existence, and let's be clear, none of us would be doing it. It's fun in a video game. It would be awful in real life. In real life, none of us would actually live very long, and more than likely, you would just die within days. And it would be horrible and painful and awful. And the moment you needed to have like a fucking root canal or a fucking appendectomy, you would just be dead. The only thing you could really do in that world would just be drunk off your ass and wait to die. I mean, it's just like, yeah, it's cool to do in a video game. Like, yeah, look at me, I'm running and shit. But here's the thing, it's like Assassin's Creed. The parkour is awesome. But most of the jumps you do in that game that don't even damage you at all would have broken your fucking legs. And even then, even for the most athletic, greatest wall climbers in the world, most of that shit is extremely difficult, to where a lot of the stuff you see them do in the video game, even the most athletic people in the world couldn't do. And even if they did, the amount of wear and tear it would do on their bodies would be extreme. And that's assuming they didn't have a misfall where they would die. Because a lot of those people, even the most athletic people in the world, the stuff that they expect you to do is completely impossible, even for the best of the best. And yes, there's people that have made real-life parkour videos, but they do the stuff that is possible. There's more than half the shit you do in an Assassin's Creed game that's just considered, you know, to be expected as normal, is completely impossible, even for the most athletic people who have the body shapes that are built for it. Because seriously, you can't be a fucking bodybuilder and doing that shit. You have to be a person who is extremely skinny and has muscles that are explicitly designed for that. And even then, even the most greatest, most physically gifted and trained people in the world, most of the shit you see in Assassin's Creed, they can't do. In the same way with professional fighters or professional athletes, those careers are not long-term. The human body gives out. Like professional fighters, most professional fighters do not have long careers. And even then, like, you're not seeing like heavyweight boxers have like 20 fucking rounds and having a fight every fucking week. And even then, there are many fighters who are incredibly great, gifted warriors who had the strongest punches and the most resilient bodies of all mankind, pretty much, who in their 50s are at the point where their bodies are shaking, to where, and it's just the wear and tear of going through such an extreme thing. And don't be wrong, if I had gone through a single one of those fights, I probably would have been dead. I probably would have died right there on the fucking mat and died after my first fucking, like if I was in a single heavyweight fight, like for example, if I had a fight with fucking Mike Tyson, I would just die in the fucking fight. It wouldn't be like, oh, long-term effects bullshit. No, I would just be dead. I definitely would not have the means to survive a single fucking punch from Mike Tyson. And if I did, I probably wish I hadn't. Okay? I would probably break so many bones in my own body just existing in that fight. It's just Mike Tyson is an incredible boxer, and I feel 90% of people, if they got punched by him, would probably just die on the spot. You know, I'm not a fighter, and I do not have any confidence that I would be able to even do shit in such a fight. But I'm saying people that are incredibly gifted fighters, after so many fights, the body does tear down. People are human. I mean, there's so many MMA fighters that have literally broken their fucking legs in the fucking thing. There's people that have actually kicked each other, and one of them, just the leg just snaps in the middle of the shin. And I'm like, and of course sometimes there's miracles where those people actually walk again or even come back, but they'll never be at 100%. And even then, that leg will always be weaker and always have to be like nursed a little bit, otherwise it will break again. I mean, we're not fucking like, we're not Saiyans. We're not fucking coming back with Zenkai boosts. I mean, at the end of the day, people that are fighters or, you know, professional athletes, like us, like take somebody who plays professional football, even some of the greatest people, like, it's usually a miracle if somebody stays in there more than 10 years. And even then, a lot of times people are geared for a certain muscle memory in this thing. So take Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was the greatest, if not the greatest, basketball player of all time. Now that being said, when he went into baseball, he wasn't that good at it. Now that being said, if he had stayed with the baseball and kept working at it, I think he would have had the skill to become one of the best baseball players ever. That being said, he just wasn't used to it, and it wasn't exactly, you know, it's a different type of muscle movements and muscle memory and certain different types of muscles than basketball is. It's different. Now that being said, given a couple years, I think he could have been one of the best as well. I think Michael Jordan had the innate skill and, you know, discipline for it, that I think he had the ability, both in terms of genetic gift as well as the actual mental discipline that he had as an athlete, that I think Michael Jordan could have become one of the best baseball players too. But in the end, he just simply had a lot more passion for basketball, and he wanted to return to it. And I know that was one thing, like, he wanted to go to baseball because it was a bit of an honor for his father, like, because his father, you know, was really, and again, I don't really remember. I think his father was an actual baseball player. I can't remember. But I think his father was a really good baseball player. But I can't remember. And he wanted to, you know, make his dad proud about that. And I'm sure his father was extremely proud of him. But again, it was sort of a personal feeling that he had. And again, I don't know it well enough to describe it. I'm just saying the muscles and coordination used in baseball is very different than basketball. Even if you're someone who is an extremely gifted basketball player, to where you're the best basketball player ever, it doesn't mean that you're going to be the best tennis player. It doesn't mean you're going to be the best baseball player ever. It doesn't mean you're going to be the best swimmer, or it doesn't mean like you're going to be like able to be an MMA fighter. Now that being said, I'm still certain Michael Jordan would be an absolutely better, you know, boxer than me, or better at any athlete. I'm not athletic. I'm trying to be, but I fail at everything. Main point being is this: Michael Jordan, amazing basketball player. And I forget what I'm talking about. Why am I talking about Michael Jordan? I don't remember. I don't remember what I'm talking about, guys. Okay, I have this thing pulled up with, ow, my back. Ow, ow, ow. Right, I was reading the Aristotle thing about that, you know, if you're going to disagree with a law or something, one, you should be able to talk about logic and facts, but you should also have sources. And especially back in Greek times, not only could you mention things about, you know, the Greek beliefs and religion, but also laws and other societies, but you could also use stories, like the Odyssey. And you could use these stories, either whether it's situations of historical people from the past who are well-known kings, or even popular stories by poets and that were, even if they were believed to be 100% stories or even just inspired stories, these were things considered to be part of culture that could be used to argue what was morally right. And I do agree with this idea that you should be able to, if you have a disagreement with any sort of law or custom or religion, you should be able to argue with it with logic and facts. Now, that being said, if you are discussing something with a religious person, like, again, you're talking to a preacher, their entire livelihood is based off of having a big congregation that gives them money, as well as having maintained the respect of their people. Hypothetically, one, if you were to argue against a preacher, and you were to be correct against them, even if they don't agree with you, if you make them look bad, you can make them lose their congregation. You can make them lose authority. You could, because a lot of their authority is in how charismatic they are. And that's another thing. A preacher of any religion, whether it's Jewish, Muslim, Christian, Hindu, any faith, a lot of what they can do is they have to be charismatic. They have to be able to talk to the people in a way that gets the people behind them, in a way that they can sort of work the crowd. Like, you have to be charismatic. If anything, you have to be well liked by the community, and you have to actually be gifted at being able to guide the way people think. If anything, you have to be someone who's actually capable of manipulating others. And regardless of how badly you look at that, the main thing is a preacher is somebody who's been doing that their entire life. Not only they've been spending their entire life studying the thing you're discussing with them, to where it has basically been the meaning for their existence, but they're also very good at discussing it, and very charismatic, and have the basically blind loyalty of a large group of people who would also be very dedicated to a certain belief system, to where if they hold a certain belief, it's also going to be something they're going to be very biased against being against at any point. And some people can be very aggressive when it comes to this. Not to mention this, a preacher is going to be potentially very against it, because even if they're potentially open to the idea of agreeing with you, here's the thing. If it makes them look bad in front of the people that they preach to, those people may stop coming to church, at which point they have less of a congregation, they don't look as good in front of society, and they also receive less money, and in the end it can mean the destruction of their church, or even their ability to pay for their own bills. So at the end of the day, if you disagree with a pastor or a preacher, you're essentially endangering the ability of them to even keep the lights on in the church. You possibly are threatening their reputation, and you're even threatening their ability to get enough money and tithes to take care of their own families, or even put food on their own tables. Which means you disagreeing with them, even if you are 100% correct, stands the possibility of making them look bad and even ruining their church and their lives. It's, at that point, a matter of survival to make you look bad, so that even if they would be open to the idea, heck, even if they already know about what you're arguing with, and they actually agree with you, it could mean that a pastor, that even if they already agree with you, they will actively fight against you and try to make you look bad. Because they know if they agree with your point, that their congregation will be drastically opposed to it. So, one, if they are proved wrong on something, it can make them look stupid. In the other regard, if they agree with you, and most of the congregation is really, really strongly of that other point, it could actually make them hate their pastor and basically just leave and say, oh, that guy's not a real pastor, he's this and that, and basically ruin the person's reputation, and the person won't have a church anymore, they won't be able to keep preaching that won't have enough money to keep the church's light on or pay property taxes, which I'm not even sure if churches have property taxes. I know technically religions are exempt from a lot of taxes and incomes. I think property's still there. Not sure. If I know income tax doesn't exist for a church. But, yeah, basically, if you make the preacher look bad, you could endanger his ability to provide for his own family. So, at the end of the day, a preacher can only be successful if he's making money and he's well-liked. At the end of the day, without making it look like it's about that, the only way for a preacher to really be successful is through greed and vanity. A preacher needs money to keep the church open, to take care of himself, and to grow. And vanity, I mean, he has to look good in front of the people. No one's going to come to a church and sit in a pew for a preacher that is not respected by the community, for a preacher that they don't agree with. Simply put, if you don't agree with that preacher on his views, you're unlikely to show up. Also, if you don't feel welcome to that church, you're unlikely to show up. In the same regard, if you feel like your preacher is falling short of what you consider holy, or is not respected by the community, more than likely you're not going to show up, because you'll feel that if you show up to a church where the preacher is not respected by the community, that you yourself will be shamed by it, and that it would ruin your own social status, and potentially your own ability to provide for your own family, let alone survive. Heck, in some societies, you could lose work if you went to a church that wasn't respected. And in some societies in the past, if you went to a church that wasn't respected, you could very well be seen as a scapegoat to be accused of a major crime and basically put into a prison for the rest of your life, or a death penalty. Which means at that point, not caring enough about your vanity or think about you could result in your death. After all, I mean, how many times do you have lynchings in the past based entirely off of someone not being liked by the community, or seen as different, or weird, or just a wrong skin color? Heck, I mean, you had, what, Emmett Till? He was he was either 13 or 14 years old. I think he was 13. He was a 13-year-old little black boy who went down south to see like a family member or something. Then some woman accused him of raping her. And so then 3 dudes with hammers beat him to fucking death and lynched him, and then sent his brutalized, mutilated corpse back to his mother up north. So again, racism's kind of a thing. But again, there's people of all types. There's people that would hate white people for being white, or Mexicans for being Mexican, or... I'm running out of races. You guys get what I mean. And then the day is this. As far as I'm concerned, I'll be concerned if the person's purple, because that means they're probably choking to death on something. I need to give them a Heimlich maneuver, because I don't want them to die. Or they're on the surface of Mars. And of course, there's perhaps exceptions to that, but I'll say this. That's an exception. In general, my main concern if I see someone who's going to be purple in the face is that, are they choking? You know, is something wrong? Like, how do I help this person? There are a lot of Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. You guys see the stuff of him riding that bicycle with that one shirt? It's like Arnold Schwarzenegger slowly becoming Master Roshi. It's fucking awesome. If there's ever a live-action DBZ movie, I wonder if like he would actually want to play Master Roshi, provided it was a good live-action movie. The fucking Dragon Ball Evolution is fucking garbage. But yeah, it's the Aristotle thing. It's called Aristotle Rhetoric, Book 1, Chapter 15, or it's written as Chapter XV. So 15, but Roman numerals. But it's apparently an extremely long book, but and it goes on and on and on. But the main point is this, is that no law is absolute, and that if you disagree with a law, you should be able to argue against it with logics and facts, and that you should also be able to use historical examples, as well as whether it's religious texts or even just the works of authors. Like, I could say it'd be an interesting idea to use like Shakespeare. Oh, that's something I was talking about earlier, dialects and stuff. One, there's dialects of different, like there's different people in England and UK that speak different types of English, as well as there's people in Australia, and of course there's many countries where people are born bilingual, or tend to learn English very early on. That being said, an accent's more along the lines of English is not your native language, and you wind up speaking it differently because of the other language you speak. For example, I know Japanese people tend to speak English a bit different with a vowel sound toward the end of words. Longer vowels and more of a vowel noise at the end of words that normally wouldn't have them, simply because of the way Japanese words are pronounced. In the same way, like, say if you know English and you speak German or Japanese or French. And of course, there's also the idea that your different dialects could change as well. Then there's also the fact that languages change over time. For example, you take Hebrew. You have the ancient Hebrew, you have the Greek Hebrew from the time of, Jesus. And then you also have Hebrew that was Yiddish, around the Germans. And then there's also the idea that there's, Sephardic and Ashkenazi Jews. The idea is that there would be different parts of the Jewish people that, because they spread out so early on after Jesus, because I think it was even before then too. Same thing's true of Christians, and it's not just in terms of, but the biggest thing with Jews is that it's more of a heritage. But there's people that have grown in, in different areas of the world, to where they lived, a certain race of people lived in an area of the world for over 1,000 years, between living in a different region. Like, there's an idea between, people that had, or the Jewish, not the religion, but the Austin religion, but people of the Jewish, bloodline, race, ethnicity. There would be a difference between a Jewish person who lived in Norway for 1,000 years, intermarrying with the Norwegian people, as opposed to a Jewish person living in, say, Egypt or Greece or Portugal for 1,000 years. Not to mention that another thing is this. Not only would you change foods, because different regions have different foods available, so people eat what's available. That's why you have things like Chinese food, because that was the food. For a long time, there wasn't that much transportation between places, and you couldn't really export certain spices to places. So, a lot of times, what's considered a certain ethnicity food is, it's really just based on what foods were available in that region for a very long period of time. It's very recent advent in time that we're able to transport, like, say, fresh fruit all across the planet. Whereas for a long time, those certain types of fresh fruit could only exist in certain parts of the world. So those people in that part of the world would have a ton of that fruit, whereas other people would not have any access to it at all. After the whole idea of scurvy is you don't have enough vitamin C from enough citrus fruit. And here's the thing, technically, you need vitamin C for a lot of things, one of which being your immune system. If you don't have enough vitamin C, you'll just start dying of common colds and shit. But other than that is this. The vitamin C is also used to create and maintain scar tissue, meaning if you don't have vitamin C, you will not be able to properly heal from injuries. It also means that any scar tissue you've had in the past will start to fall apart. For example, if you've had a surgery, you'll have scar tissue on the inside of your body. If you don't have enough vitamin C, that scar tissue will start to fall apart, and you'll basically start to die. After all, as you've lived a long life, you probably have cuts and scars on your body. If you suddenly didn't have any vitamin C for a very long time, all the scars of your body would start to reopen as wounds. And that would kill you, especially with a weak immune system. But of course, you have to be extremely low on vitamin C for that to happen. But yeah, I don't know why I'm talking about fruit. Oh right, the regions of the world, transportation. After all, like I said, it was very difficult to, transport food or even keep it fresh. But the biggest thing is that also, whether it's the Jewish groups splitting up like that in terms of distance, heck, same thing would happen in the Roman Empire. It got to the point that without electricity, it had to split into two different empires because it was so big that it couldn't communicate with itself very well. That's actually the only reason why America's stayed as a functioning nation for as long as it has, which who knows how much longer that'll happen. But the main point being is this: the main reason why it was even possible is electricity. Because how on earth are you going to run the Roman Empire if it takes like months for someone to even get a message to you that something's happening by horse, and then for you to respond back, it's going to take another few weeks. It's just everyone's so far spread apart. It makes it the logistics of trying to run a nation that large, an empire that large, without electricity or modern technology or communication is incredibly difficult. And I think probably impossible. Yeah, I'm just looking at this book over here, Rhetoric. So Rhetoric itself is one of many books written by Aristotle, and it's apparently divided into 3 books and many different chapters. The first book is 15 chapters, and I only read like a third of it. Also, I feel like there's probably multiple different translations of this. I don't mean just in different languages, I mean in different English, but I feel there would probably be other translations of this in English that I think would be easier for me to understand. But main thing it was basically saying is that you should be able to argue with facts and logic and reasoning, and that you should be able to use history and famous examples of kings, or even stories by poets as examples. For example, this would basically be the equivalent of saying, if I was having an argument about, say, modern politics, I should not only be able to use 1, my own common sense and logic and feelings, but primarily logic and thoughts. But again, feelings are intuitive to reasonings, because everyone's going to have a certain reasoning that applies to those thoughts and why they have them. And then, you should be able to apply actual real-world history, such as talking about the governments of former nations and how they operated. And then you should also be able to bring up poets like George Orwell's 1984, or the story of, like, say, Animal Farm, or Brave New World, or Shakespeare, or even a popular movie, or heck, even an anime, or a video game. Basically, if you can use it, and yes, people could argue that a video game is not a respectable source, but again, it's your argument, so you can choose whatever sources you want. And there are many video games, I feel, that whether it's a media that's a movie or a book or an anime or a video game or a TV show, I think it can be both a reasoning for and against most subjects. And in fact, you can also reason that especially a lot of sitcoms and stuff could be argued as how things are being used to influence society. For example, somebody could make a movie or a TV show and show things in an unrealistic way with the intention of having large-scale effect of influencing people around the world to adopt a belief that would otherwise be unnatural. That being said, which I think that's how the Nazis worked, right? That's kind of like, heck, I mean, when Hitler became, the Führer, one of the things he made was he made it required for everyone to buy Mein Kampf. Which again, I think it's very interesting that Mein Kampf is very strongly inspired by the book written in 1543 by Martin Luther, who actually led the Protestant Reformation. A book literally titled The Jews and Their Lies. Which obviously shows some character flaws of Martin Luther, but also shows it was a very different time back then. That being said, it's not like he was alone in that estimation back then. there were lots of people sharing in that same very disturbing ideology. But I think it's very important to be aware of, because I think it's important to try to understand history. And there might be parts of history that are a bit dark and disturbing, but regardless of my own thoughts and feelings on the matter, it doesn't mean I should ignore or pretend that the parts of history didn't exist. It's best to try to understand history, and to understand one big thing is this. Take the Milgram experiment. It was an experiment to see how easily human beings could be influenced and controlled via authority or peer pressure, or even just the information around them. And the idea is this. Would average American in the 1960s be willing to do what the Nazis did, or even run the Holocaust games? And the answer is most humans actually are very, very influenceable by authority, or even by peer pressure. There were experiments that had one person that was not in on the experiment, and they'd go into a waiting room, and all of the people in the room would uniformly be doing something that was very illogical, whether it was saying that a certain chair, no one should be sitting in it, or that no one should talk. But basically, if everyone, like, the person went in there was like 10 people, or like 8 people, and all those people had a set belief or behavior, what would then happen is this. The person who would come in unaware of what was going on, they would catch on the social cues, and they would do whatever it took to blend in. They would do what was the norm. And then, when the next person came in who was also not in on it, the person A, who had no idea this was a social experiment, would already be actively doing the conditioned response to condition the new person to do what they're supposed to do, without knowing why or how. All they know is they came in, this is what's normal, this is what the other people wanted me to do. And then, at that point, even if the other people are gone, that person will still enforce that same rule, even though they had no idea why it was happening. So say there's 8 people in a room, person A comes in, no idea what the fuck's happening. The other 8 people have a certain behavior, and person A, who has no idea what's going on, takes on that behavior because that's what the rest of the group is doing. It's a natural survival instinct to want to try to fit in. After all, while it is very shallow for somebody to want everyone to love them and to have an issue with somebody hating them, it is, however, a very reasonable social response for someone to have a problem with no one liking them and everyone hating them. Because usually, in the past, that sort of circumstance would lead to lynching. That sort of circumstance would lead to death. That sort of situation would lead to not being able to get a job, or own land, or potentially even have your freedom. So it's a social response that is sort of hardwired into people for our own survival. Same way with our facial expressions. We have certain parts of our facial expressions that are just ingrained into us as instincts. They're things we express certain emotions, and they're also how we understand other people. These social cues help us to function as a society. However, that's the biggest issue with Uncanny Valley. That, yes, as a robot becomes more human-like, humans become... The person who first was making robots noticed that they gave their robots certain pleasant features that made them relatable, made people relate to them more and start assigning human characteristics to them. But at the end of the day is, when they became so realistic that they were crossing a line to where they were somewhat realistic but noticeably not, it triggers a fear and disgust response in humans, where a person, it's, for example, ants will bury their own dead. If a bee shows up to the hive being somewhat sick, they will literally murder that bee. Like, say if a bee goes to get some maple syrup or something, and that maple syrup is fermented a bit, causing the bee to be drunk. They will see that as a potential illness that can be spread to the colony. Also, that means that the food that they've ingested that added to the hive could actually spoil the whole batch, because it's fermented, which means that little bit of fermented stuff that would become honey could ruin the entire honey for the entire colony. So, how do they solve this problem? By brutally murdering that bee. They gang up on that bee and basically bite off his arms and legs until they damage his wings, so he's basically stuck there crippled and dying. Obviously a bit fucked up, but again, it's a survival thing for... And again, humans are not bees, humans are not wolves. We're solitary beings. So that some animals are okay with being isolated all the time. Others have to be in a large group at all times. Humans are okay with dealing with large groups for periods of time, but if a human being's in like a large group of 100,000 people for a large period of time, they will eventually go psychotic. Simply put, if you kept 100,000 people in a fucking stadium for a week straight, there will be violence that will occur. Same regard, if you keep a human isolated too long, they will also snap. Now, human beings are more pack animals. They like having small groups of very trusted people. They also like occasionally seeing more people, and they do also sometimes need some periods of solitude and aloneness. But too much overstimulation of a massive group of people, or too much stimulation and too much lack of a stimulation, will drive humans insane. If you put a human in a room with constant lights flickering everywhere, even if they don't have epilepsy, it will fucking make them snap. Same regard, you put them in a fucking entirely white room with nothing to focus on and nothing to interact with, they will also fucking snap. Human beings need occasional periods of downtime and quiet and alone, and they do also need fresh experiences and to meet new groups of people. They also need a general feeling of safety and a feeling that their needs are met and they're not having to be in survival mode. You know, they shouldn't need to feel like they're constantly on guard against physical threats, or what if they don't have enough money, or they're going to starve, or all that. Also, people do need human bonding. You know, people do want people that they can feel close to, that they can trust, as well as things like having somebody that actually wants you and cares about you and values you, as well as actually loves you, as well as things like hugs and just physical intimacy. These are things that are actually important for the proper development of the human mind. And before anyone's like, oh, it's just sex, it's like, no. There's a difference between, like, if you're viewing stuff as just sex, then something's wrong with you. Because then it's just like, you're not just fucking somebody, you're having, supposed to be fresh emotional contact, as well as, you know, supposed to be kissing and hugging and hand-holding and sitting and watching a show together. It's supposed to have, you know, meaning. And it's supposed to be with someone you feel safe with. But again, main point is, you know, at the very minimum, people definitely do need hugs from people they do feel safe with and, you know, feel respected by. But aside from all that shit, I don't remember what I'm talking about. Something about bees? Oh, ants. There's an ant that's sick, or even they die. Ants will bury their own dead and will prevent the spread of illness. I don't remember what we're talking about. I don't remember. I can't remember. Not that anybody's listening to this. But, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know, like I said, the biggest thing I say to everybody is this. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to others. You should be able to... Anything you think about, you should be able to approach with logic and reason and empathy. I think free will and creativity are extremely important. And I think it's important for people to try to read as much as they can. And I think
that a lot of video games and movies and anime have very interesting, well, one, they're just straight up enjoyable to watch, but also many of them have great art, great music, great stories, and I think many of them can have a, you know, some sort of important lesson to tell people. That being said, some of them could just be brain dead rot too. I've said it before, anime is like saying movies. There's many different genres of movies. And even then, there's good ones in every genre. For example, you said action movies. There's plenty of very good action movies, and there's plenty of absolute shit action movies. And there's plenty of action movies that have good stories. And there's others that is just the most dumbest, brain dead shit. Heck, some action movies can have, you know, a line of reasoning or ideology that you agree with, that actually makes sense. And others could actually just be something that was just shoehorned in because it aligns with some personal belief that the person who made the thing is, but it's done in some haphazard way that's just fucking shit. And of course, sometimes there's anime that have been readapted for modern audiences because they're like, oh, this said some troublesome word or some shit. You can't just rewrite fucking history. They go, oh, but it's an anime. Yes, leave it in its original form. You can make a sequel and shit, but you shouldn't be changing the actual purpose of the show. It'd be like saying To Kill a Mockingbird. You want to take out, you don't want people to read that story because it's racist. But I'm like, yes, that's the point. It's meant to make you uncomfortable. It's meant to make you question the ideologies that at one point were considered normal, so that people can avoid being racist in the future. You can't just make people not be racist by making the word not exist. It's important to have the history around so people can learn it, so that they can learn to be better. We shouldn't be changing old stories. Now I can understand putting in a, maybe a column on the side if there's a word that's not used anymore. Still leave that word in. Use the original word. But give me a little definition on the side, in a little side column, describing what this word is we probably haven't seen in a long ass time. And again, there's probably different translations. Like I know there's like New Translation, something with Bible, New Times or something. Basically, it's supposed to, because there's certain words that just don't get used anymore. For example, take Shakespeare. It's kind of a hit and miss thing, because if you read like literal old school Shakespeare, even as a person who speaks English myself, there's a lot of words that either don't straight get used, or they are written and spelled in ways that don't make fucking sense. To where you're either, one, I've never heard of this word before, or two, this is a word I know, but it's spelled in a very weird way. Or it's used in context and situations that I'm not familiar with. At which point, again, I can see trying to make sure that the person can understand what's being said, but you shouldn't change what's being said. Meaning, you shouldn't change the meaning or what's actually happening. You can't be like, oh, Macbeth stabbing the dude was too violent, so it's like, he hit him with a Nerf bat. He took out a wiffle bat. Those bats meant for the wiffle balls? They're just empty plastic bats. Like, he shot him with a Nerf gun. He flushed him down the toilet. I don't know. Main point I'm saying is you shouldn't change the meaning or intention of an old story. But I'll say this. Shakespeare probably would struggle to read modern books. In the same regard, even the original English that existed hundreds of years before Shakespeare was born, he probably wouldn't understand how to read that, let alone we wouldn't understand it at all either. it'd probably be something similar to like Old Gaelic or something. You know, that form of like German. It's like a, because I know English and German have similar roots, but I also know like French and Spanish and Italian have roots in Latin. Now, I can't remember what the roots are for like Japanese. But here's the thing. Like, here's another question. How understandable would a Japanese person from feudal Japan be able to understand Japanese books written nowadays? Like, how much has that changed? Or what about French people from back in the French Revolution? If they were in France nowadays, how well would the communication barrier be? I don't know. This has just been a long hours of me babbling on incoherently. But the main point of the Aristotle thing is that everyone should be able to have a calm, respectful conversation with one another, using logic and reason. And that everyone should be able to understand each other. And at the end of the day, what is decided as being moral should be, I'd say, ideally set in what does the least harm. You know, you shouldn't want to do serious or permanent harm to anybody. And what allows people to live peaceful, happy lives that, yes, perhaps suit the nation for, you know, long-term economic stability or whatever. After all, everyone's got different reasons for things, and of course, you know, on a large scale, there's different reasonings for things as well. But I'd say at the core, it should be essentially the idea of the Hippocratic Oath, you know, to do the least harm, to do the most good, to care about both the whole and the individual. Like, you should be mindful of the effect on the whole society, but you shouldn't be like sacrificing an individual for the sake of society. Free will, creativity, and just like I would say a lot of what I would consider to be moral should be an ideology based off of respecting human life and not doing things like murder or rape. You know, stuff like slavery obviously is unacceptable. Or anything that would be like torture or excessive suffering is also unacceptable. But beyond that, like I said, my main advice to people is just be kind, try to be the best version of yourself you can be. I mean, I'm not succeeding at things, but I'm still trying. And that's the other thing. My advice to people that are failures, even though I'm probably not qualified to give anyone advice, is just keep trying. You know, don't give up. You know, and if nothing else, like I said, just do your best. Be kind to yourself, be kind to others. And yeah, just hope everyone out there had a good day. Sorry I bothered everybody for so long. 5.5 hours of me just rambling. This was meant to be just a 2-minute video. It would be like, hey guys, what if a planet the size of Earth was between Saturn and Jupiter? Well, how would it go? Would we see it? How long would it go if there's suddenly a planet that existed there right now? How long would it take for us to find it? What about other orbits and shit? The end. Bye.